Dell, who's over in Sapulpa, and you see John, who's down closing in on Bixby. Let's go on up to talk to Kevin for a minute. What's going on northeast side of the metro, Kevin?
Well, Trav, I'm up in Oologah again right now. It's still coming down pretty heavy. The snow plows are out working, seeing them come through every few minutes. But it's coming down so heavy, the highway is covered. Road conditions are just bad right now, Travis. It's pretty slick out here, and I don't see that getting better anytime soon, Travis.
Boy, yeah, that's no kidding. So again, trouble there. On radar, one more time, you can see in the metro that we just kind of bands. You'll see some of this darker grayish blue color. That's when the bands are a little bit heavier. And so Dale, for example, is in Sapulpa. Dale, quick update from you. What do you have going on right now?
Roads are starting to become slick and hazardous here around the Sapulpa area, too. We're coming up from the southwest, and the roads are worse that direction, but it's starting to fill in here in the Sapulpa area as well. Back to you, Trav.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Not to be outdone, down to the south in AlanCrone's country. We're down in McAllister right now, and Vaughn's down there. You can see this darker blue, which is indicative of something really heavy. Vaughn, what's going on there?
So last I talked to you, it had turned over to sleet. Now it's all back to snow, as you can see, and coming down pretty hard, pretty big flakes, probably a moderate snow, but another little blip coming at us from the west, so a lot more snow to come. Back to you.
Oh, man, no kidding. So that's just pretty much what's going on as far as that's concerned. Also, we just have a new snowfall update of what's going on. And by the way, I want to mention this real quick, that we have YouTube as far as Channel 6, and we have a weather channel. So we'd love for you to join us, because we're going to be streaming right after we do this. We're going to talk to all of our trackers in detail. AlanCrone's going to break down the latest of what we're seeing and if the snow is going to be as heavy as what's anticipated, because we did upgrade the forecast a little bit with an additional swath of snow that should be 14 inches or more, that could go through portions of Lincoln County, Creek County, near Tulsa, Wagner, Okmulgee County. So this has kind of been shifting, and we've kind of debated on how much snow we want to say. But again, it's could be fairly significant. So we're going to go over streaming to all of our platforms, so we want you to join us. And of course, we have more information here on Channel 6. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Should be pretty interesting.
Now you're up.
Yeah,
Very good.
so we're talking about a lot of snow that is in our forecast. Kind of amazing to stop and think. As far as what's going to happen, welcome first of all to our YouTube channel, and also to our streaming services, digital services that we have on social media. We want to share with you quite a bit. So we're going to have I won't call it fun, we're going to have a good time a little bit. Alan's been working and will be working on a lot of the forecast details. We were just talking about this on Channel 6 a minute ago. About the kind of the brighter color you see. That's where our heavier snows should be. And we will have some sleet mixed in there. He's going to explain a little bit more details. He'll get into the science of this. But we do have quite a bit of snow falling in several areas at this time. This is a huge, huge, massive area. If you didn't watch Channel 6 just a few minutes ago, here's the latest of what's happening. First phase of this storm system is coming through, which we've been talking about for a while. There's another one coming through. Alan will detail that. I want to just talk a little bit more about how much snow is falling, and we're going to take a look with some of our trackers on what's happening. You see some of the darker blues. That indicates some of the heavier snow areas. And then the lighter blues is a little bit more of the lighter snows. But we have our trackers pretty much lined up from north to south to give you a good idea of what's going on. So here's a look in the metro area. And Kevin is up there in the upper right. And so what he is doing at this particular moment is he is pretty much full of probably some snow, I would say. Kevin, if you're with us at this time, I would like to ask you, first of all, if the roads are okay. We just asked you a little bit earlier, I guess, on Channel 6, but I want to ask you again what you're thinking of with the storm. What do you have, Kev?
Yeah, Trav, I'm in Oologah still currently. Snow is still coming down pretty heavy at times, and the side roads are completely covered. The highway is mostly covered as well. It is really slick right now. Thankfully, there's not a whole lot of traffic out. People seem to be kind of heeding those warnings that we've been giving them for a while now, thankfully. But yeah, conditions up here, they're deteriorating very quickly, Trav.
And I mean, it's a good thing there's not that much traffic. And a lot of people know what we're talking about as far as we've been talking about how the roads are going to get bad. And so with this snowfall and with it already slick, and you said that they're being treated pretty regularly, right? Sorry,
yeah,
Kevin.
the snowplows have been coming through every few minutes. We've been seeing them, so they're out in full force right now, Trav.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. So, again, advisable that you don't. Thanks. We'll be talking to you a little bit again, Kevin, see if you have any new updates on that. Also, as we said, in the metro area at this hour, we do have several of our other trackers around. We do have Alan Hancock, who is also located here in the vicinity of the metro. And, in fact, he's in downtown at this moment. Alan, what do you have for us? You're not too far from us right now. I don't know. We don't have any coffee or anything to eat here, unless Alan's holding out on me. I don't know. Are you, Alan? I don't know.
I don't have anything. I think I saw you eating donuts earlier tonight.
Uh-oh. Shouldn't have you. Whoops. You weren't supposed to see that. Anyway, Alan, if you could, the other Alan, we'll say Alan Hancock. There we go. He's downtown. Alan, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing, what's going on downtown.
Well, first of all, I know where you hide the snacks over there, so I'm on my way. Secondly, the roads are actually not too bad right now. We're starting to see signs of accumulation, but like I said earlier, the way the wind just tunnels through downtown Tulsa, it's hard to really make any kind of accumulation and stack up snow other than little pockets in the corners along the buildings. But it's starting to kind of build up a little bit along the streets. Fortunately, they're not super slick, and it's kind of nice. But I think we got the snow coming in town right as everybody's leaving from the PBR tonight. So hopefully everybody's home and cozied up and ready to go for another day tomorrow.
That's right. I forgot about that. So over there at the Arena Bar, or whatever that's called, I see some people. Who's standing outside? Who would want to stand outside? What's going on over there? Do you know?
I'm not positive on that. It seems like maybe the smarter ones are inside ordering some food. But as of right now, there's only a few folks outside. I think everybody else is, I guess, much brighter than the one we see there.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Maybe he's having to have a smoke. I'm not sure. Was there very many people downtown for the PBR? I mean, what a vicious way to have PBR going on in town, too.
That is correct. I don't know how busy it was earlier, but it's cleared out quite a bit now. Like you said, it's cold. It's 12 degrees, and I've got 25-mile-an-hour winds registering here in my truck. So
that hurts. Okay.
Not anything I want to be a part of.
Amen. But you are. So, hey, thanks, Alan. Greatly appreciate it. So, again, that's what's happening downtown. Forgot about the PBR. I'd love to go to the PBR, but that has not worked out, obviously, this go-around. We do have what the world is that? I don't know where that came from. But anyway, let me get back over here and I don't know how to get rid of that one. Alan's right in here. And then John Durkee is located, it looks like, around the Broken Arrow area. So let's go on over to John, find out a little bit more about what you have. John, what do you have for us? Hang on, John. I got so busy talking to... Okay, now start over again. I was so busy looking at what I punched, I didn't know what I was doing there.
Just getting punch drunk, are you?
Yes, apparently so.
We're at the Creek Turnpike and Memorial right now, waiting on the light to change colors. There it goes. And we're getting light snow right now. It's been heavier, then tapered off, picked up again, and right now it's kind of light right in this area. The roads, not in the best of shape, but I've seen them a lot worse. It's starting to get some accumulation on the roadways right now. The big problem I'm having right now is the ice is caking all my windshield wipers, so I might have to stop and knock the ice off of those in just a couple of minutes. But it's bitterly cold, and the snow is coming down, but it's not right now where I am at 93rd and Memorial. It's not all that heavy, Travis.
All right. Hey, John, greatly appreciate it, and appreciate all of our guys for being out tonight because it is such a night. And we're going to have a lot of these guys out as we work our way through the weekend, so you'll be up to date on how the roads look, what to expect, and all of that going along as well. Okay, now we're going to go on over, and let's head on over to Sapulpa, and that's where we are going to find Dal. And Dal is, he's been kind of running around from Stroud to Bristow, and then back again to the Sapulpa area. Hey, can you give us an update on what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, Trav, actually things have picked up here in about the last, 10 minutes or so. When we last broke in with you, it was kind of light snow, but it has definitely increased in intensity here. Things are starting to get a little more slick. Fortunately, though, very little traffic, which is good news. So hopefully people are just staying home and enjoying things, maybe looking out a window, sitting by a roaring fire, because right now I think that is the best place to be tonight.
Hey, you got to stop talking, because all the storm trackers are going to just say, I think that's what I want to do, instead of sitting out here freezing to death. So, yeah. All right. Hey, Dell, thank you. And again, you can see that snow blowing and a going, so that wind continues to be a problem. We'll talk to Dell again, get another update from him coming up in a little bit. Obviously, this isn't the only place in the metro area that's having snow. It's also been heavy down to our south for our friends, pushing anywhere from Muskogee back down to McAllister. And so we do have Bob, who is located up around the Henrietta area, and then we also have Vaughn, who is down around McAllister. So these guys have been busy with a lot of stuff going on, and we're going to start with Bob because they've had more action going on down there earlier. Bob, what do you have for us?
Well, I'm eastbound on Interstate 40 between Walika and Henrietta. The interstate's pretty well snow covered in most locations. Where we're going to have a problem is we've got some drifting, but we've got semi-trucks out here going all of 70 miles an hour, and in the vehicle in front of me, he's doing 28 miles an hour. So it's probably a matter of time before something goes really bad up here and we get one of these lanes closed. But the drifting is occurring even with the little amount of snow that we have. So if that continues, we're going to have some real big issues over the weekend. Back to you, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, and that's scary. I mean, that's a great point you're making, because people are very cautious, and then there's other people, and they can be semis, and not just semis, but other people that just go flying and gunning down the roadway. So if you can, try to get into a slower mode if you're going to be out and about, only if you are in an emergency situation. We were told that the police departments kind of would like for you not to have to be doing anything else. All right, we're going to take a look now down to the south, a little bit further down in McAllister. That's where Vaughn has been located for quite a while. Vaughn's been in and around those areas. Vaughn, obviously we've had snow. You had some sleet. What do you have going on now?
Well, I think it's all snow right now, but I do have a question for you and Alan, and maybe I'm going to start taking some bets on it. I'm looking at KTLX at this big old blob that is coming at me from the west, and I want to know what y'all think. Is that going to be sleet or is that going to be snow?
Okay.
Because if that's snow, that looks like about 3 inches an hour snow.
Yeah.
I mean, it is extremely intense. And maybe, just maybe I can get some thunder snow out of it. I don't know. I haven't seen any convection yet, but I have a feeling at some point in time we're going to see something like that.
So you're wishing for something like that. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Well, I'm facing west, and that's where it's coming in at me. And if I see a big old bright light, then I know I got me some thunder snow.
All right.
So
well, we're going to talk to Alan
anyway,
here. That's good.
Yeah, go. I was just going to add that 69 is snow covered. All the bridges are slick. 69 slick. There's not a lot of traffic on it, which is great. And after this big blob gets by me, it's probably going to lay down another inch or two, and it's going to be really bad. So anyway, back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. Great information from our guys, so that's welcome news there. And we're going to be talking about a lot of snowfall that maybe will continue. Here's a look at the bright lights of the big city, and then we're going to see the bright lights of AlanCrone right now. Alan's been working on some of the forecast stuff. I saw you running around there and doing some things. So give us a rundown of what you're thinking.
Well, first of all, to kind of maybe get into what Vaughn was talking about, why don't you just punch it? I think so. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you see those really, really high reflectivity rates there? That's sleet. Yeah. Vaughn, that might be mostly sleet. The DBZ values are exceptionally high, but it could be a mixture with that as well. But you will find out soon because that is located near Holdenville southward, and that's going to be pushing into like Calvin and Allen and Stewart. Where's Non? Non should be down there. You ever been to Non? There it is. Non, Oklahoma. There. Okay, hey, thanks, Ron. And by the way, we're going to be back on Channel 6 live here in about 8 minutes. We've got another cut-in that we're going to be doing on TV at 8 minutes, so just everybody remain aware of that. So, and what we do a lot of times in these types of winter events is we'll take the mask off, so you can kind of see, this is what obviously you would be looking at when you're just seeing a regular radar, like, you know, maybe in the middle of spring or summer or whatever. Those are higher reflectivity rates, and more than likely, again, a lot of that is in the form of some sleet. It could have that sleet-snow mixture. There's been some transitions of back and forth, which is not unusual with the storm system like this in terms of some wintry weather and the actual precipitation type. But notice, again, this is really a sharp cutoff for the most part of what's been happening across the far northern areas. This is exceptionally light precipitation right now from Bartlesville to Coffeyville, Veneta, and Miami. And then areas behind it, it is starting to thin out a little bit. This first wave will continue, it should continue through the overnight and early morning hours, but as I'm kind of putting a pencil to it, there's going to be some banding that I think that will be across the far southern areas that may pick up more along both sides of the I-40 corridor. Here in the Tulsa Metro, the way that it looks right now, I would say we're in store for about a 3 to 4 inch snowfall overnight and early tomorrow morning, and then we'll probably get a break, and then it's going to be that second wave that will have to provide us with the more significant snowfall amounts for Saturday night, overnight, and then into Sunday. And a lot of the data is continuing to kind of suggest that that would be the case. So let me punch this back up here, and again, we're 6 minutes away from a cut-in here at Channel 6, so we'll be doing that on television, so just bear with us here. Let me kind of just jump around and show you what we're thinking in terms of the radar so you can see your specific area there. There's Tulsa and Claremore and Adair and Choteau, areas to the south. That's where the heavier snow bands occasionally have been underway through portions of central and part of western Pittsburgh County, where Vaughn is located. In fact, let me go over here, and we'll pull up Vaughn in a second, and I'll show you that shot there. This is Vaughn's location. Again, he is in McAllister. You can see he's got the QT all dialed up there, and the snow, it continues to come down. So he'll be tracking that band of what we think is sleet and snow that's going to move into Stuart pretty fast, and he'll have a truth statement for you on that when it gets closer into it. Stillwater's picked up about an inch of sleet snow mixture already. We can kind of tell that from just looking at some of the reports from the National Weather Service. John Durkee, you can see his location there. He is, for the most part, again, up across the far northern sections. So here's John. This is his shot right now, and this is what John is looking like. Let me punch it up for you. You can see it. So there's John. I think it says Glenpole, but actually he's up to the north. I'll fix that in just a second. So he's continuing to track some snow that is coming down right now. And then we'll go back to the radar, and we'll kind of continue on with our little tour here for us. If you're watching on YouTube at 11:18, Tahlequah, Muskogee, and the 10 Killer area, snow is coming down in spots, and then also to the south. So we're at a likely category for some wintry precipitation right now that's continuing on. We do anticipate it should kind of thin out a little bit sometime around the 9, 10, 11 o'clock time period, and it drops down quite a bit actually. That would be here in the northern sections. It may continue on in the southern areas for a little bit. And then that second wave is anticipated to show up for Saturday afternoon late and then into the Sunday time period. So here's the future view, just kind of to show you what we anticipate is going to happen. There's that wave that continues on. Notice that battle that also continues between sleet and snow. Even though it looks like it should be mostly snow in the southern areas, that may not be the case. With a band of some wintry precipitation from Pontotoc County, Pittsburgh, the Latimer, LaFleur County vicinity, and it'll be quite cold through the early morning hours. This is 11 o'clock in the morning. You can kind of see it should start to thin out a little bit again across the far northern sections, but may continue on just a little bit longer across southern Oklahoma. And then we get into Saturday night. This is what we're going to be anticipating on. In fact, I think most of the snowfall accumulation forecast is going to hinge on this second wave that will move through for Saturday night into early Sunday morning. We're going to need this to get close to those anticipated totals that we're looking at. And again, the totals that you're hearing about, you're seeing about, are from this two-wave event. It's not from what's happening right now. It is cold right now. We've got 8 degrees in StaciaKnight, 12 in the Tulsa metro area, 27 in McAllister, and 25 in Muskogee. Humidity values, we're finally starting to kind of saturate the atmosphere, except extreme eastern sections of the state and also far southeastern Kansas. Humidity value at 43% in that area, but that'll change. So this was the snowfall forecast accumulation for the early evening hours. And then Travis was looking at some new data, and this is what he did at the 10 o'clock time period. Put a little swath of slightly higher amounts there right along both sides of the I-40 corridor. And again, we're basically going to need that second wave to kind of provide us with this impetus to get into that region in terms of snowfall accumulation. So we're at 12 right now, 12 degrees. We do have wind chill values that are much lower than that. So this is going to be, a significant cold air mass that continues to be an issue that we're going to be dealing with here. Let me kind of show you what's happening across the region with some of our trackers. Again, we're getting ready to do live update here on Channel 6 in less than 2 minutes. So Travis, you'll be coming in to do that here. Just a second. This is Dal Archer's shot. In the last location update, he was around the Bristow area. Alan Hancock around the Tulsa vicinity. You can see his snow is still coming down here. Kevin is still in Collinsville, and you got the snow that's coming down. We're about a minute and a half away from a live update on Channel 6. And then here's Vaughn again in McAllister with snow that is underway as well. So we do have quite a bit of snow, but right now it's mostly across the southern and the western sections. So not a whole lot coming down here in the immediate Tulsa metro, but it should be continuing to improve just a little bit here. If you want some snow, here's a live look into the downtown region on the Osage Casino Skycam network. It's pretty much a light snow in the downtown area, very fine snow, very dry snow, and the higher reflectivity rates that are underway right now are across the southern sections, and you can kind of see that across, there it is, the southern areas along and south of the I-40 corridor. So from McAllister to Kiowa to Henrietta to Eufaula, and then thinning out a little bit from Ralston to Stillwater to Perry. This guy took in the Bartlesville vicinity, and that will continue to do that. We think off and on for the next couple of hours, but it should kind of fill back in, so we're going to continue to at least keep that probability up through the overnight and early morning hours. Okay, we're about 25, maybe 30 seconds away from a live cut-in here. In fact, we'll do that right now, so here we go.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Hey, good evening once again. Our winter storm continues to roll along. It's not terrible, but it's not good for driving. So that's going to be a major issue as we go through the overnight. So if you have an emergency, that's one thing. If you don't have to drive, we're saying it's probably best that you don't have to get out. And if you do have to drive, make sure you have coats, jackets, and gloves and stuff just in case it gets slick and you get off the side of the road and then you have to wait a while for some people to help. So this is a look with our trackers that are out, and so we have snow-covered roads in multiple locations. So let's get started, take a look at what's going on. First of all, the big picture showing a huge amount of snow going all the way from portions of Nebraska, then here into Oklahoma. Sleet is mixed in with some freezing rain down along the Red River all the way to McAllister. So we do have a lot of things happening at this particular time. Most of eastern Oklahoma now with snow. It lightens up once you get west of I-35 a little bit. But again, some of these bands are extremely heavy, especially down to the south. We've had a few bands that are very heavy to the north. Kevin is up here on the north side along with Alan and John Durkee and Dal into Sapulpa. Let's go to Kevin, get an update. Kevin, what do you have for us? What's going on right now in northwestern Rogers County?
Well, Travis, still coming down pretty heavy up here right now. Like I said earlier, the roads are still pretty covered. They are slick and hazardous. I was just talking to Officer Bell with Oologah PD. He's been driving around in it. He said it's slick everywhere, especially the side roads.
Okay.
And he wants to remind everybody to slow down.
Amen. Amen and amen on that. Let's take a look at radar again for a minute. We're going to go down into the metro area. John is pretty much in Midtown Tulsa, or southeast sides of Midtown. John, what do you have for us, Mr. Durkee?
Well, I've noticed something rather, I don't know how to explain it, but the numbered streets, 21st, 31st, 41st, seem to be in worse shape than the named streets, Memorial, Sheridan, Harvard, Yale, all of those. I don't know why that would be, but I've noticed that in the last 20 minutes or so. Snow is still coming down, not as heavy as it was, but the numbered streets are in pretty slick condition right now.
All right. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. And let's take a look at what's going on down to the south. You can see Bob. We can find out a little bit more about what's going on in Interstate 40, excuse me, right now. Bob, if you would, give us an update.
Yeah, I'm east of Henrietta on Interstate 40. We still got heavy snowfall. You really can't tell where the lanes are. I've seen plows out. They've been plowing, but as quickly as they plow out, it blows across the road again. And so we're going to have the issues with the drifting all morning. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, Bob. I greatly appreciate it. So once again, some bands of really heavy snow going on there, and Vaughn's about ready to run into some around McAllister. We're going to talk to him in a little bit. We're not going to talk to him right now, but you can see what's going on in southern portions of Hughes County. And we are, though, streaming right now. And we're streaming on our YouTube channel and on our Facebooks as well, and basically all social media. So we do want you to join us over there. If you want to talk a little bit more about weather, we'll have that for you. And we'll keep you updated here on Channel 6 as well. So as we say, keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Okay, welcome back to our live streaming. Again, thanks for joining us. And if you have some friends that you were kind of saying, hey, we're weather people, we'd like to talk a lot more about weather. We are going to be doing this a lot. And so again, if you love weather, we'll be able to answer some questions. We'll be able to talk a lot more about what's going on. This live look at the radar right now. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube weather channel. We're excited to have that. That's brand new basically for us. It's been going on for a little while. Our staff meteorologists have been busy putting together a lot of stories for that so that you have an opportunity to see, I'd call it different types of storm stories from eastern Oklahoma, some information that is timely. So there's a lot of fun things with that. And then whenever there's severe weather, if we're not on TV, that doesn't mean we're not still going to be on YouTube TV. And so we will have our weather channel on YouTube TV going on. So here's a look at the radar and what's going on with this right now. Again, as we were just on Channel 6, if you were with us or if you're just joining us right now, we are looking for what should be pretty fun. I won't say fun, but for kids, I would say it's going to be a pretty good time. There's heavy snows down to the southwest and sleet. And it's kind of a mess of different things going on off to the south and west. We're going to be looking at that in great detail. But back in the metro area, we'll start here first and kind of get an idea of what's going on, because you can see that those cells, or a lot of storm chasers are out for us, storm trackers. And so then down to the south, we have Bob. And then we also have in Pittsburgh County showing up as well. And so with what's happening, you see where Vaughn is located at this time. So we're going to talk about all of what's going on with that. Also, bands of heavy snow. And I'm going to bring in Alan in a little bit, and he's going to talk a little bit more about this heavy snow and the forecast. So we want to show you a little bit about future view and what's expected. Again, it's a big storm system, lots of things going on with that. We have two parts to it, and we're going to have to deal with it. So this is part one. A lot of people want a lot of snow, but Alan was mentioning this on our live stream just a little bit ago. It might not be very much this first go around, but we'll have him explain that coming up in a little bit. First of all, let's go into the metro and find out a little bit more about what's happening up to the north. Kevin is busy with some of the activity that's been going on up there around the Oologah area. So Kevin, if you would, I know you were just on Channel 6 a few moments ago, but if you could join us and tell us a little bit more about what you have.
Well, Travis, it is cold, it is windy, and the snow is blowing right now. Roads are completely covered, and it's down to about 14 right now. I'm having a really hard time keeping my windshield wipers from freezing up on me. But yeah, the roads are covered, and travel is kind of slow going at this point.
Man, I tell you, and it is just so bone-chilling cold, so I'm sure that that's a good point for anybody that's going to have to be driving or needs to be driving overnight or in the morning hours. Again, we don't expect a ton of snow, but I'm going to have Alan answer that question a little bit. All right. Hey, thanks, Kev. I really appreciate that. So we're just going to have to kind of live with the bitter cold. I'm kind of a little concerned about that, though, because that is probably one of the most dangerous parts of it. Alan Hancock looks like he's up on 75 to the north a little bit, so he's kind of traveling not too far from around Kevin's area. Alan, if you would give us an update on what you're seeing on 75.
Yeah, Travis, I hopped on the highway down Ideal near downtown to check the roadways. I can tell you the on-ramps are incredibly slick over there. They didn't have time for some of that snow to settle in, and so those ramps are incredibly slick in that whole entire area. Fortunately, 75 northbound has been, I'd say, manageable. They're not great, but they're not bad. I'm going to make my way towards the StreetSync area. It looks like they're accumulating quite a bit of snow. Let's go to the radar to peek it in. But other than that, my truck radar, my truck thermometer's in single digits now, saying 9 degrees.
Yeah.
So I am, I think we got a long time with this, but I'm not happy about it.
Yeah. And not too many people are going to be happy about this. I think snow is one thing, but then when you throw in that cold, and it's like, hey, I didn't bargain for Minnesota. That's the last thing I want to do. But anyway,
exactly
yeah, amen. Hey, thanks again. Appreciate it. And we'll be back and possibly talking to you in a little bit with more updates. Thanks for being up on Highway 75 there. Also, as we look across the metro area at this moment, we do continue to have John Durkee. He was on Channel 6 just a moment ago with me, and we were talking about how the roads are kind of interesting. John, if you would, give us a little update on what you're talking about.
Well, it seems to me that the numbered streets are in worse shape than the named street. I just pulled onto Harvard, and you can see there's lines in the road, and you're still able to drive on it. You can see the lines, but if you get on the numbered streets, they're snow-packed, and you can't see the lines. You can't see anything. And I don't know if that's, the wind driving the snow or what's causing that, but or the way they were pre-treated. Who knows? But I just found that kind of an interesting observation.
Oh, boy, that is. And it's probably the winds because they are more of a direct north direction going on. Hey, can you tell that they're treated at all? I mean, do you see any melting going on? Because, all of you guys are reporting like on-ramps and slick spots because I was hoping that we'd have a little bit better results. But I will mention this before I have you answer, John, is that salt mixtures, they're normally good down to about 20. 15 is like when it doesn't work. And so with our temperatures, and we'll ask Alan in a minute because I haven't looked at temperatures, but they're probably in. Oh, he just put it up for me.
You can. That's on what is it? 2?
On 2.
Yeah, if you want to pop it up.
Okay, we'll just pop that just for a second.
Up to you.
So there you go, single digits up to the north. So again, 15 is kind of like where the salt doesn't really work well. So you have a better chance of salt working well over to the east around Wagner where it's not that cold yet. But anyway, John, what do you think about that?
Well, right now I'm showing 13. Well, just dropped to 12 degrees here in the truck. So yeah, that the salt isn't working. I could tell earlier before the snow really got in that they had treated it, the streets, with the brine solution because it leaves kind of lines where they've sprayed, and they treated the bridges and the overpasses really well on the Broken Arrow Expressway, and I could tell that earlier, but now I can't see anything that way. So I don't know.
Interesting. All right. But that's good to know because, this kind of, we'll see how this plays out and what happens there. John, thank you for being out. Greatly appreciate it. He'll be around in the morning as well. We're going to try not to drive all these guys wild here overnight and have everything ready for the morning as Stephen, Stacia, and Chloe and our entire News on 6 operations from News will be helping out, and you'll get the very latest. If you go to bed, you'll get to wake up with our team that will be telling you just the latest in case you do have emergencies or need places to go. All right, so we've talked to Kevin and Alan and John. Now we're going to go talk to Dale, and Dale has been down just not too far from around the Sapulpa area. So one of the things that's going on right now, down to the southwest, they ended up having a little bit of snow before us. Way down to the south, there was a lot more snow earlier. Dale, have you had any more accumulations, or what's going on with you right now?
Well, Trav, actually now we've drifted off. We're out here on Highway 33, kind of headed towards the Drumrod area, just sampling it. And we have a balmy 13 degrees with a gentle breeze drifting out of the north. And it's just beautiful weather out here, as you can see.
Oh, man.
Now we've actually, the snow has really picked up in intensity. The roads are better the further west we go, but it is... it's a little different story from back to the southwest, but the snow has really picked up in intensity out here, and we're starting to see snowpack out here as well. The roads are not quite as covered as they were back towards Bristow, but I could see that changing very rapidly now because the snow is coming down pretty hard. Back to you, Trav.
All right. Hey, thanks, Dale. I appreciate it. So, yeah, real interesting. With how snow just kind of changes things so fast. Untreated areas, obviously, things just kind of go south in a hurry. Speaking of going south in a hurry, that's what we're going to do right now, because we're going to head down south and we're going to take a look at what's going on with pretty much Interstate 40. We talked to Bob a little bit earlier. Bob is sitting halfway between Chakota and Henrietta at this moment, and it apparently is not doing super well. So let's talk to Bob. Bob, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, wind is still blowing. I stopped a few minutes ago and got a reading of about 32 miles an hour. And so we're getting a lot of drifting across the highway, especially on the east-west roadways. You can't see where the lines are. And a semi-truck goes by, it's like you're in a whiteout situation. So you got to be real careful out here. The good thing is there's very little traffic down here on Interstate 40 today. There's a few trucks out, hardly any cars, so it's pretty good for that. Back to you, Travis.
All right, awesome. Because yeah, less cars, less incidents of issues going on. Bob, appreciate it. Again, to all of our storm trackers, it's amazing. We appreciate you guys being where you are and doing what you're doing. Also down a little bit further south, that's where we find our very own Vaughn caster, and he has been in a mix of a lot of kind of crazy things going on down there. Just about 20 minutes ago, he was saying, hey, what's going on out to the west of us? Vaughn, give us an idea of what you have right now, would you?
Yeah, as y'all suspected, that's this next band that's coming in. It's probably half and half, snow, half sleet. It's not really, it doesn't seem real heavy like it looks like on radar, but I may not be in the thick of it just yet. But there's quite a bit more to the west and to the southwest to come here in the next couple hours for sure. But anyway, the 69 has been plowed once. It's snow covered still, so travel is not recommended. It's places that can be pretty slick. The bridges, of course, are definitely going to be slick, and being snow covered like it is, it's going to be slick. So anyway, stay home if you don't have to get out.
Amen. You know, at this hour of night, obviously a lot of folks are going to bed, or just some kids are probably really excited about snowfall, so they might stick with us through the nighttime hours into the morning, just waiting to see how this is all going to play out. But obviously it's a big deal, and for what's going to happen. Thanks, Vaughn. We'll be back and talking to you in a while. And so that's just what we're dealing with. So there's quite a bit of snow there. All right, downtown looking good at this moment if you like snow, and that is what we're talking about. Speaking of talking about it, and Alan's been kind of breaking it down. So Al, you have been looking too. I saw you looking at some of the graphics, and what do you think? Do you think this is a light snow, and then we'll go to bigger snows?
Yeah, this is a very light snow for the majority of what we're looking at. I mean, areas to the south, the rate is a little higher, but it's still in that mixture. Especially, what's really interesting because about 2 hours ago, it was mostly snow, Pittsburgh County, and then now we still have some variation with that temperature, which means there's a little bit of some slightly warmer air at a certain level of the atmosphere. It's kind of pushing in. We call that a little warm nose, and it causes the sleet snow mixture. So it's kind of waffling back and forth a little bit with that, which is going to change some things down there. But what we're looking at also is the far north. And don't go away, because I got a question about.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a question for you here in a second.
There you go. Is that what you want?
No, I actually put
Three?
put 3 on here.
Okay.
To show you. I mean, the atmosphere at the surface now is really starting to moisten up quite a bit.
Yep.
But there's still dry air that we're dealing with in the mid levels around where a lot of this needs to really have an opportunity to kind of get up and go. So you can kind of see on the back edge of this. Now, I do think this is going to continue on through the overnight hours back out to the west, but this is light snow. This is very light. And because of the way that the profile is in what's called the snow growth zone, this is going to be a really fine snow. It's going to be exceptionally dry. So this first wave that's going to push through tonight, early tomorrow morning, we may get 3-4 inches of that. Some folks are going to look outside and go, hey, what happened with all of this, right?
Yep.
Because look like we're going to get a little bit more. And we still may even with this first round, but we think it's going to be the second round that will have a little bit more punch to it, because at that point the atmosphere should change in the northern areas. The funny thing is the southern sections with the second round may still even have a little bit of that warm nose that might try to move back to the north. It's a really strange little system that we got moving on
Name
here.
a system that isn't strange when it comes to
that's
snow.
true. That's true.
All these years we've worked, it's like, and that's why we have heartburn, because it's like, because we've gone back and forth for the last week. It's moving north, moving south.
Right, yeah.
And so
you're trying to figure out all of this.
So much data and stuff.
So
let us know.
Folks on YouTube, I love them, okay? Don't go away. I got
something else going on.
Yeah, okay. You can just, whatever you want to put up is fine. It doesn't matter at this point. Some things that I'm seeing on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay? You got to love this.
Okay.
I would rather have a regular tornado than a Sharknado.
Okay. I'm all about that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I'm putting this back up.
You just passed the Quick Trip. Grab me a cup of coffee. All right.
No,
dark roast and hazelnut. Right. But from 11 O'Rider 55. Hey, we see your question, Travis. The question is: Tulsa still going to get a good snow?
Yeah. Yes, I really think it is, because normally we don't think so, because it's always iffy. And I mentioned this earlier tonight. We've been burned so many times with snow, and people laugh about that and all that. And of course, we get all the memes that come out that we're talking to. That I think that meme was like 2019 or 2018. It came back again, but I mean, it actually is it's significant enough. And Alan just mentioned that we do think that it should be a decent snow. And I mean, low side probably 8 inches. I'm going a little bit more. I'm more positive that it's such a cold air mass that it's going to be mainly snow here, so it has a better chance. And the drier air, you can probably explain this too, because you got some time, about drier air versus basically moist air and how that affects snowfall.
There's a lot of snow to liquid ratios that change things quite a bit. And again, not to get too far into all of this, but the normal snow to liquid ratio that we kind of use, like the rule of thumb, is 10 to 1. But typically, you usually can't use 10 to 1 with an Arctic air mass. An Arctic air mass is so cold, the atmosphere is different in that snow growth zone. So, typically, that's 13 to 1, 15 to 1. Sometimes it can go really high, like 20 to 1,
and just
25
to explain
to 1.
for somebody who doesn't know, we're talking 10 inches of snow to 1 inch of liquid precipitation. So if there's 1 inch of, like we say, it's going to be 1 inch of rain, but it's going to be in the form of snow, it'd be like 10 inches.
10 inches of snow, right. So what we've also seen, by the way, in the last 24 hours is a slight reduction in the liquid component. So like 2 days ago, some of the model data, and the models have been all over the place if you've been watching that, some of the model data is for the quantitative precipitation forecast, not the snow, but just the liquid amount. Like the global models are, and this is why some of the global models are so high. It's like 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 with an Arctic air mass with the snow ratios that are going to be so high. But in the last couple of days, those QPF numbers have started to come down. And so the triple R, for example, like, yesterday, the long run, if you're a weather weenie, you know what I'm talking about here, but the, the long run.
Acronyms and all that. QPF, what?
Yeah, the long run was like, I don't know, like an inch. And today it's down to, about 0.8 of an inch. So, and that makes a difference. I mean, if it was just raining during the springtime, you wouldn't be able to tell that much of a difference, but for snow, it's different. Now, it's a lot more complicated than that because it does get into what we call the dendritic growth zone, which is the air aloft. It's going to be about -12, -17.
Do we need Dick Farrow to come by?
Yes, we would love for Dick Farrow to come by. He's really good at all that.
He talks about that all the time.
So here's something else. Okay. Let's get out of this because, by the way,
you have
Travis.
any other questions?
Yeah, I do. I've got a question for you. We've got 5 minutes before we're going to do another cut-in on News on 6. Somebody mentioned cattle.
Yes.
And I thought about you today.
Yep.
Driving to work, because a lot of times cattle can handle cold weather, but there is a point that cattle, it can be a concern for cattle when it gets this low.
Yeah, and what people can know is that, like, we have cattle in Minnesota and North Dakota. And so cattle can handle a lot, especially if certain breeds can handle it better than not. Say Charolais can't handle the north. Charolais is more of a southern type of cattle, and so they're not prepared for really cold. So you need more like Angus, Hereford, that are more hardy types that are a little bit more of a northern. There's a few other breeds as well. But my wife, I said, hey, can you open the gates at 5 o'clock before it's dark? And she didn't hear me say 5 o'clock, so she just called me a few minutes ago. She said, can I open the gates? Because it's cold and it's snowing. And I was like, I said 5. I said, I didn't want you to have to be out in that. So all the cows, so we fed the cows. But yeah, and one thing is bad is having baby calves right now, because a lot of people have baby calves early.
Right.
And that's not really good because March is better, but you can still have a snowstorm in March.
Sure, right. Yeah, in fact, you know what? Some of the largest snowfall records in Oklahoma are mostly in March.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, yeah. But back to the baby cows. I mean, sometimes you got to put them in your truck, turn the heater on.
Yeah. You got to rub them, keep them dry. You got to because they get hypothermia just like anything else. Their mamas don't.
Anyway, that was something that I noticed. Somebody had a question about cattle.
I'm stressed out about that a little bit because I have cows having baby calves right now.
Let me see here if anybody's got anything here.
Anybody else that? Yeah. You have anything?
D-Man 2314 says, I wish Trav and Alan would lose the suit coats.
Oh, I'm kind of sweating because it's so cold outside. Did somebody turn the heater up here, or was that just
I don't know.
Ron, did you do that?
Hey, Travis, you got 3 minutes before you got to do
Okay, well, you need to talk a little bit about what we're going to.
Okay, yeah.
I want you to talk about, where do we go from here? Talk about that cold air, too, for a minute.
Where do we go from here? Into the freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're already in the freezer, right? But yeah, it really gets cold here. So what's going to happen, and again, this is all inside baseball. Travis is going to walk around. He'll be in front of the green screen, and in about 2 minutes and, 30 seconds, it'll go quiet. You may see a slate, and then about 15 or 20 seconds later, you'll see Travis come back on, and then that will be what he'll be doing on Channel 6 live, but he'll also be here on the YouTube channel. So, yeah, temperatures, I mean, it is just cold, cold, cold. 8 degrees right now in Sedan, Kansas, 7 in Coffeyville. Finally, in the far southern areas, we have dropped below freezing. I mean, the Latimer, LaFleur County area it stayed above freezing almost all afternoon, which was anticipated because of the shallow nature of the leading edge of the Arctic air. It takes a while to kind of get up and over the Jack Forks and the Comanches. And if we have time, maybe I'll explain the reasons why coming up through the next 15 or 20 minutes. Humidity values finally at the surface becoming more conducive to getting some of the snowfall, the sleet, the mixture down. But again, there's still some drier air in the mid levels of the atmosphere, and that's having an issue with this. But those are the humidity values that you're seeing there. In the far eastern sections, far northern sections, humidity is still somewhat low. So the atmosphere is trying to moisten up a little bit. Now, this was the snowfall forecast that we had at 4 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock. And then even had this at the 9 o'clock hour, and then between 9 and 10, Travis was looking at some of the new data that was coming into the office, and then he put this little, swath right in through here, kind of on both sides of the I-40 corridor. And we're going to have the second wave to do this. for late Saturday night and then into the Sunday time period. This is not going to happen overnight and early tomorrow. I just want to stress that. This is not going to happen overnight and early tomorrow. It's going to have to be that second wave that will really have to give us the impetus for getting close to those totals that we've got projected here. Okay, it is cold. We're at 12 degrees right now. The winds are out of the north at 15 to 30 miles per hour. It is really cold. In fact, it's so cold, I don't know if my old truck is going to start when it's time to go home outside. If not, Travis, you're going to have to give me a ride home.
Uh-oh. You can ride with the hay bale.
Right in the back with the hay bale. Okay, neighbors, we're 30 seconds away from a cut-in on Channel 6. So what I'm going to do is just kind of be quiet here for a second. And then in the next 15 to 20 seconds, you're going to hear my friend TravisMeyer. He'll be on Channel 6 and on YouTube with a live update that's going to be on the Color TV. So we'll see you here in just a couple of minutes.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
All right, good evening or almost good midnight, and here we are. The snow continues to fall across the area. Quick check of what's going on across the region. Our storm trackers are out, and you can see snow-covered roads, and we have ice-cold situations. So that combination is dangerous and it can be deadly. So we just want you to be very much aware that you're prepared, because this isn't normal. At least not this year or this winter, but it's going to become normal this week. All right, so you see everything going on there. This is the storm. This is that first wave coming through. Second wave still sitting out to the west of us, so that'll be coming through as we go through Saturday night. We're getting snow. We're not getting a ton of snow with this first band, and we've been streaming on our YouTube channel and to kind of talk about why and all that. But we can tell you, so we have this first band coming through, and there was kind of like a little weakness right now over Okmulgee County and Tulsa County. But we do have still bands out to the west of us. Down to the south, Vaughn should be in the middle. Some pretty healthy stuff going on. Vaughn, let's go to you first. And McAllister, what do you have for us?
Yes, this band there is zero sleet in this very, very strong band that's coming through. Big flakes coming down right now, and it has not stopped snowing for the last, I'd say, well, I'm getting confused now, but probably three hours now, I guess.
Wow.
So it's starting to pile up down here.
All right, hey, Vaughn, real quick, you got about an inch of snow on the ground, or what do you estimate just quickly?
Yeah, I'd say, it's probably a little bit over an inch.
Okay.
It's got some sleet mixed in with it also, though.
All right.
But anyway, a little bit more than an inch.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that. On the radar, you can see as well, Bob is near Shakota. Bob, just real quick update from you. What do you have for us on the roadways there? Oh, hang on one second, Bob. We got to turn your mic on. Okay. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay. Yeah, the interstate's pretty well snow covered. You can't see the lines. We got a lot of blowing snow down here. It's 18 degrees, and I passed Lottawada Road, but it's all frozen today. Back to you, Travis.
Funny Bob. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Coming back, you can see around the Tulsa metro area. We only have about 30 seconds. But John Durkee, real quick, update on the roads, 15 seconds worth. What do you have for us, John?
I'm in the Whittier Square area, passing the Circle Cinema right now, and the roads here are much worse than they are on the south side of town, and it's pretty treacherous driving right now. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that. That's the latest look at what's going on. We will have more information as we go through the night. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Plus, we are streaming on YouTube channel. Okay, welcome back. Yep. We are here. We are doing our thing. Looking at live streaming. Hey, I just found out from Jalen, who's our weather producer. Yeah. She said that if you go and become part of our Ustream channel.
Subscribe to it.
Subscribe to it, but you can't make a comment for 24 hours. I didn't know that.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
So these are our long, true fans that have been here for a while that are able to make those comments. But yes, if you are watching right now, because YouTube has these little rules, you sign up, basically subscribe to it, and then the next time around, which is going to be basically tomorrow, I got a cough.
Okay. He's going to cough, and I wanted to talk about the weather anyway for a minute, so you just go ahead and just cough away.
All right.
We're going to talk to storm trackers again. I want to get another update from some of these guys, and I'm going to have Alan be working a little bit more on what's going on with some of the weather, and he keeps on looking for new data and new questions, so we'll have some of that stuff going on. All right, once again, snowfall totals by the time we finish this, and Alan can talk about this more later, kind of the 1-2 punch we've been talking about, and we're preaching about it because we don't want everybody to freak out here on Saturday and there's only 2 or 3 inches of snow on the ground. You say, oh, I thought there was going to be 4 to 8. So do I, though. I'm kind of hoping that that's the case. All right, here's the big picture. Again, you look at all that red goes all the way to the East Coast. You know you've got a wild storm. It wouldn't be this big of a storm if it wasn't for the fact that Arctic air rules. And I mean, Arctic air is all over the place. And so that's what's messing up everything. It would be just kind of rain. There's a magenta color. I'm going to try to show you this right in here. This is ice storm warnings. And this goes from Atlanta and Charlotte down to Jackson, down to near Houston, near Dallas, not in Dallas or Houston. But one of the biggest things that's happening right now is that these are locations that have a lot of planes that like to fly, and even into New York. And so we're really going to be reeling from a lot of issues. There's not problems out at Salt Lake City if you have connecting flights, or Denver, or maybe up in Minneapolis, other than the plane will freeze to death. But we're talking about ice storm down south. This is we're praying for these guys, because there's some, in fact, Alan, I think you can look too, we can talk about this a little later. I thought I saw like 2 and 2.25 inch ice in the forecast.
Yeah, I think yeah.
That would be, that's devastating. We know about that. Anything over an inch is horrible. 2 inches is devastating because all the trees start getting shellacked, and we can go back in history, and we know about that in Tulsa. Anyway, what I want to do is just kind of get another update. If you're just joining us right now on our YouTube channel, again, if you aren't and you're on our social media, that's great. But if you want to join our YouTube channels, I think we're going to have a lot of fun, especially our weather channel. That's more important than the sports channel.
I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah, I'm in competition with sports guys right now.
Oh, my goodness.
And then the Thunder lost, so then I'm kind of a little bit bitter too.
Okay,
so that's part of my issue right now. But anyway, here's a look at what's going on with the snow. Again, darker colors of blue are where you see the heavier snows, and then you have the lighter areas right now in Okmulgee County, so that's a little bit lighter. All right, we're going to get started, talk to some of the trackers again. Up to the north, we have Kevin, who is over in Claremore now. Kevin's made a couple of moves, and Kevin, let's get an update. What do you have going on?
Well, Trav, it's still coming down pretty heavy. It's starting to lighten up just a little bit, but the drive from Oologah to Claremore on 88, it's just absolutely horrendous. You have taken about 25, 30 miles an hour. The funny thing about it was all of 88 is just snowpacked, except when you go over the bridge for the spillway on the lake, it was completely clear. So not sure what that's about, but even Claremore is still pretty bad. The snow plows are coming through, but about all they're accomplishing is just smoothing out the bumps right now, Travis.
Wow. Yeah, that's I'm not a big fan of going across a lake when it's snowy or icy. Just going to throw that out there for you. So you're braver than I am, because that's just like, I don't think I like that too much. But again, that is amazing that we are, and all these things are treated. If you're just joining us, I mentioned this before, so if you heard me say this before, don't just go, oh, he just said that. But anyway, on salt, sand works about any time. Doesn't matter what temperature is, obviously. Salt, though, works really good at 25, works just moderately okay at 20, and then it stinks at 15. So we're below 15 degrees. So that's a problem there. All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate you, Kevin. So again, Kevin's with us. And that's a look at what's going on over there in Claremore at this time. We do have as well across the metro area, continue to have our trackers out. And just wanted to make sure that we had enough folks out that we could test this out for a while and see what's going on. We're going to go to Alan Hancock right now. Alan's been moving around in several different locations. Alan, if you would give us an update on what you have in your location.
Travis, you're right. I finally landed over here in Skytook for the time being, and as you can tell, we've got a lot of snow over here. It's blowing all different directions. It's piling up on the side of the roads, in the roadways. They're not super slick like I'd expect, but we are starting to get some nice accumulation. Driving through town, it's almost like a nice little winter wonderland. Got a couple of power or street lights that are just completely out a little bit off in the distance. So I'm not sure if it's a power issue or if it's something else going on. But other than that, it's a decent amount of snow and looks like it's still planning to be coming this way for a while.
Yeah, and Alan, are you going, do you have about an inch of snow on the ground, do you think? What's your estimate based on what you can tell?
So from where I'm at right now, I did get out and measure an inch of snow.
Okay.
I wasn't confident on it only because it is off the roadway, and I know a lot of times the vehicles coming by blow extra off to the side. So I was going to pull up into a parking lot off the beaten path a little bit and remeasure, but there's enough to accumulate, like I said, and kind of blow it around whenever you drive through it. So it's pretty impressive.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. AlanCrone, what did you find out from Alan Hancock?
Okay, so I'm just doing a real quick little look here on some power grid issues. I don't see anything major, at this point. Wagner County has about 11 customers without power. I don't see anything significant in the Tulsa County area. Old Mulkey County has about 12 customers without power. And to be honest with you, also in the Creek County area, one or two. That happens on a daily basis. I mean, and that's not throwing shade or anything. It just happens occasionally. You're going to have some power outage issues. So, but so far it looks like the power grid is doing.
And we're expecting that to be hopefully the case. There shouldn't be any problems here. Now McAllister might end up being a little different, but so far it's been more snow and sleet. So
can I tell you something else too? I'm looking on the YouTube channel. Some friends here. They're saying, hey, we just subscribed, and 5 minutes later, we're able now to make comments. So maybe it's maybe it's
do it though at the midnight hour.
I don't know. Maybe it's changed a little bit for some of them. But anyway, we appreciate it. We appreciate everybody coming in here.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. Have a lot of inside information too. So that makes it different.
Let me tell you, Lisa says this powdery snow is the best for snow ice cream.
Good. Do you know? I'm going back in history. But
Go ahead.
I'm going to talk about.
We got a lot of history here between the two of us.
Yeah, we got a few decades.
Got a lot on the years.
A few decades.
Oh goodness.
This goes back to the 1980s with Don Woods and Gusty, and snow ice cream.
We got something about Don Woods and Gusty here. Go ahead. I'll look it up. You do it.
That's too funny. So anyway, Don Woods had this snow ice cream recipe, and I made snow ice cream when I grew up in Nebraska, but it was not that good. And then I came down here, and of course it doesn't snow that often here, so you can't really do the snow ice cream recipe very often.
Yeah.
But Don was big on it. So anytime it happened, Gusty, which is a cartoon character, which you don't know anything about the history of that, you got to Google it because he is pretty cool. It's a state cartoon character, and there's one in the Smithsonian Institute, by the way. Anyway, so he would do that, and then it would be like he'd put in full cream, I think it was, and 2 eggs and snow. And people got so upset because they said that you can't eat raw eggs. You're just like, that's poisonous. And then there was the snow, and now snow is not totally pure. Everybody talks about Yellowstone, of course, but snow itself has to start with something. It's like a raindrop, and a raindrop has to start with something. And it's usually a dust particle or something that it can connect to, because it just can't happen purely.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of issues with that snow ice cream recipe. Okay, was there anything on that?
Particulate matter. It's got to,
Yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Pollution, anything.
Hydrometeors. Okay. Lisa mentioned Don Woods way up in the stream, and then somebody says, Mizzou Tiger 62, I remember Gusty. So it just kind of just floated into you there.
Yep. So we went.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I mean, that's history that I wish was still here. I did ask Don Woods if I could continue Gusty, and he said, nope, that's my 401k. That's what he told me in 1989. And I was like, okay, fine, just be that way. But anyway, that was pretty cool. All right, we're going to go back, talk for a little bit.
Hey, you
got something else?
Can I show you something here?
Sure.
Pull up 3.
Okay.
Because you mentioned this a couple of minutes ago. Or pull up 2. Pull up 2, yeah. Okay, take a look.
Oh, look at that.
So you mentioned, and you can see the top of the legend. Do you see what that is there? Yeah.
That we're talking about, the ice storm
yes.
Problems with, and this is sad. I mean, because Mississippi is just not, okay, thank you, Mr. Ron. 15 minutes away from a cut-in on Channel 6.
All right.
But, oh, man, that's devastating.
If that happens, that will be catastrophic.
Yeah, and look at these airports over there, Atlanta and Charlotte. And that's major. That's closing in on major. It looks like Atlanta might be moderate, but still, this is awful. Dallas, moderate.
Yeah, well, just east of Dallas, there's technically an ice storm warning. Not Dallas proper, but just east. Let me show you. This is handy dandy fancy. Just a real quick look at some of those icing totals there. And again, I don't have the value that's plotted on top of that. I just didn't have time real fast to pull it up, but you can see that swath near Nashville.
Did you see 2 inches or so? I thought I saw 2 inches on some of them.
There could be in a couple of spots, especially, you see that really dark shade there? Well, that's why right in northern Mississippi that you just mentioned, it's going to, we think, probably a little more significant there. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that because you had mentioned it.
Okay, any other question? No?
I'll keep going and I'll find some. Right. So if you have anything on YouTube, let us know.
So we were with Alan just a minute ago. So I think we were at Kevin. Alan, it's time to talk to John. John looks like he's near Tulsa International Airport. I think that's where he is located right now. In fact, let's go on over and get an update from Mr. John Durkee. What do you have, John?
Well, you're correct. I'm on 169 right now. Just made the conversion from 244. Headed southbound, and the snow is not as heavy here, and the roads are in a little better shape. I've seen a lot of plows out this evening, or this morning now, I guess it is, and they're really making a big difference out here, Travis, that you can get around if you take it slow. And I've seen some people, there's a guy up there ahead of us that's trying to see how well his accelerator works. He's going to slide here in just a little bit.
Yeah, he'll be the news.
Take it slow, you'll be okay. Yeah, take it slow, you'll be okay.
About how fast are you driving right now? Because it looks weird, because it looks like you're driving really fast, just because you're right by the ground.
No, I'm driving 35.
35, okay.
Wow. 35 miles an hour. I'm 5 miles under the minimum speed limit on the expressway.
Let the record state.
Let the record state.
Okay, fair enough.
Please don't give me a ticket.
Yeah. All right, thanks, John. Appreciate it. So that's Mr. Durkee, and you can see what's going on. So again, it's not Snowmageddon or anything exciting like that for kids who want a lot of snow, and it's powdery at this point, so that's another issue. We can see Dell is now over into the, looks like, is that 33 and 48, I think, from a distance. So let's go to Mr. Dell and find out. What do you got going on, sir?
Yeah, Trav, the snowfall has picked up in intensity quite a bit here. We're sitting at just short of an inch right now. I just got out and measured, and we're just slightly below an inch. The parking lot is covered, but the road right in front of us, which is Highway 48, is still, it looks to be fairly clear. So they must have treated this because everything else is really getting covered in snow at this point. But as you can tell from the stream, the snowfall rate is actually probably the most intense we've seen all night.
Interesting. Okay, well, that's good for those that want snow and for weather people who have forecasted snow. So I don't need to hear the, what shall we say, the wrath of the and gnashing of teeth from people if there's no snow. All right, Dell, thank you. And what are you estimating? Do you have even an inch of snow out there yet or not?
Yeah, I just got out and measured, and we were just shy of an inch. However, at the rate this is coming down, I'd say we're sitting right at an inch right now.
Okay.
So the way it's going here, it's going to pick up quite a bit more if it doesn't slow down on the snowfall rate here pretty quick.
Okay. Well, I'm not upset about that personally. I think Alan will be happy so we don't have egg on our face. So, all right. Hey, Dell, thanks. We'll probably be back talking to you before we're too awful long. And so again, that's Dal Archer over there, sitting out into north central portions of Creek County. We haven't had a chance to move down south again for a while, so what we're going to do is we're going to head down south. We do have Bob right now. Looks like he's at beautiful Lake Eufaula, or at Eufaula. I wouldn't call it beautiful probably right now, because I would imagine it's maybe we could call it a winter wonderland. I don't know. Bob, what do you have for us?
Yeah, we got pretty heavy snow down here. Going to Kevin's question about the snow on the dam, the water here is warmer than the air, and I went from 17 degrees at 69 and I-40 to 21 degrees here at Eufaula. And that dam up there, the water's up against the cement and keeps it warmer. So just a little bit of water versus air.
See,
but yeah, you could see in my shot quite a bit of snow coming down.
Yeah, that's still. What are you estimating on snowfall cover, or estimated snow depth?
I think it's about an inch right now, but a lot of this is blown around.
Yeah,
so
a little hard to tell.
Yeah.
All right, but it's everything or pretty much snowpacked, snow covered, right? I mean, I don't see too much of it.
Yes.
No,
everything's snow covered, and you're just following somebody's tracks.
Okay. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it very, very much. So again, that's Bob Roloff, and he's continuing across the area. And we have one more stop we'd like to make before Alan gives us an update on what's going on.
Okay.
Let's go to Mr. Vaughn and find out a little bit. He's down around McAllister in Buffalo country. And let's talk to Vaughn and find out what he has for us. What do you have?
Yeah, well, this is the heaviest snow I've had all night long. This is definitely coming down. I would call this not moderate. It's definitely heavy. Big flakes, and at a rate of, at least an inch an hour. I just pulled into this spot right after I talked to you on the update on Channel 6. And my little bitty truck that I drive, my tracks are almost covered already. And this heavy snow started, just about 15 minutes ago. So it's coming down really, really heavy, and there's a lot of really strong bands to my west and southwest is still to come here in the next hour. So if we're not careful, we might see a couple inches here in the next hour. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think, Vaughn, I think a lot of that's going to be in the southern quadrant right now. The areas to the north, I mean, it's snow, but it is very, very fine. It's still kind of fighting some drier air, but even along that I-40 corridor, where earlier we had sleet mixed in, I mean, it's all snow right now in McAllister, right? You're getting all snow, right?
Yes, Alan. This is all snow. There is no. I can't hear anything hitting my truck. So yes.
So I mean, it's going to pile up there in the southern areas, contrasting that to the northern sections. Where it's really kind of thinned out quite a bit, and that was again what we're kind of seeing in some of the data last night and even early this morning is that. And again, not to get too far in the weeds, but we're on YouTube. We got 7 minutes before we have to do a cut in. The actual liquid equivalent in some of the data was dropping down just a little bit in the northern section. So again, Travis, we've got questions like, okay, is this it? Is this all we're going to get? With this snow bin, with this one, and then what's going to happen with the next one? Also, there's another question as folks are looking at Vaughn's stream, which is just spectacular. There's a question. Let me see if I can find it here. But it was a really good question. It was like, oh, here it is. This is from United Hybrid. How are you measuring the snow? Are the tractors getting out of their cars, every 15 minutes or whatever, and actually measuring the snow? Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Yeah, and the guys were just saying, we pulled over and stopped over on a location. A few of them are doing visual. A lot of these guys have been in, we don't have snow that often, so I'll call them professionals, but again, when you get snow once or twice a year, it's kind of limited on how many good estimates you can make. But these guys and you'll hear them talking, and you'll hear them say, I stopped and went out and measured. And then, of course, if you measure on a grassy surface versus that's kind of like an elevated surface, but if you measure on the car hood, versus maybe in front of a driveway or an asphalt driveway, there's a lot of different ways to measure that you'll get different readings. That some are accurate, some are melting because the asphalt was warmer and had more pretty much solar radiation even in a day when it's cold like this. So it just kind of depends upon the location. But yeah, we try to make good estimates based on that. Last but not least, across the area, we are talking about, again, that snow down the south. Alan, as we talk, did you have any more quick questions?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions actually.
Set up for our cut-in a little bit too.
GFDIO Genesis and some other numbers with the handle there. Just checking back in here. Seems the snow has stopped in South Tulsa. I know there are snow bands, but is it too early to tell if we're coming in under or over initial forecast totals?
Let me get the right radar. There we go. You know, when we look at it, in fact, I'm going to look at the bigger view. I'm going to personally say the northern side's less than forecasted. The southern side's probably going to end up about where we thought. It is a lot less, and you can address this probably as well as anybody because you've been looking through the model runs here tonight. I looked at them to just look for snow accumulations, but it really cut back during the middle of the day for the northern sections because of the colder, drier air. And then that kind of made the second one the most important one. And we changed from Storm 1 to Storm 2. Storm 1, we said, okay, this is going to be less, so we had to drop that down. Storm 2 is going to be a higher probability.
Sure, yeah, we think so. Yeah, we think that is, yeah. So, and it's changed a little bit from the north to the south.
Yes.
From the last 24 hours. And this is, you know, inherently the issues that you have with snow forecasting is the way that this thing, you know, tries to play out here. Here's the inside baseball. We're 4 minutes away from a cut-in at Channel 6. What time is this? 12:15 in the morning. Okay. So Travis is going to have to walk over there in a second to kind of get that done
we'll
here.
We'll have to get our storm trackers kind of a break too, because I'm sure some of those guys are going to
Angela says it's coming down thick here. I don't know exactly where she's at, but it's coming down thick here. Claremore update. Went out on the back porch. We have snow coming down pretty heavy at this moment. Okay. So yeah, we're more and more folks are joining the stream here, which is kind of cool. Let me see if there's anything else there that we can just answer straight off the top here. Originally from Stewart, Oklahoma, but sending love from southwestern Washington. Southwestern Washington watching overnight with the weather coverage here.
Southwestern Washington County?
I believe it's southwestern Washington State, I suppose. I don't know, maybe they'll tell us here if they're still on. So anyway,
because we got,
the case.
You know, it's kind of funny because we've got the county Washington with Bartlesville, and then we've got Washington County in northwest Arkansas. So we get a few Washingtons kind of a little fuzzy.
Yeah.
All right. And then there's, I punched up, I didn't want to punch that up. I wanted to punch up this radar one more time.
Okay.
I'm going to go set up, and I've got to talk to Jalen for a little bit.
You got to do that. You got to do that.
And you can, but on that second, that's out west here.
What's that?
That next storm system.
Oh, already coming through. Yeah, Albuquerque and Muleshoe. You ever been to Muleshoe, Clovis?
No, I can't. Yep, been to Clovis. Muleshoe, I don't know.
You been to Roswell?
Yeah, no, and I want to go to Roswell.
Have you ever been to?
Is there a lot of pictures of like you over there?
Have you ever been to Santa Fe?
Yes.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh my God.
How about Red River? Are you a snow skier? All these years we've worked together for 20 years. I don't think I've ever asked you if you're a big snow skier.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you haven't. Yeah, we've gone skiing 2 of the last 4 years, I guess.
Really? Well, I know you have, but I mean, like, you know, are you like the skier?
Oh.
Are you like set at home?
I'm an amazing skier in my own mind. We'll leave it at that.
All right. Well, you know, I haven't been in a long, long time. Yeah, snow is coming down. Oh, and again, you know, we're on YouTube. We're having a good time here. Here's Durango. Here's Pueblo. There's Colorado Springs, Pagosa Springs. They're getting snow. Wolf Creek, you know. Wolf Creek's always in a good spot to get snow from a snow skiing standpoint. And then we're kind of looking here at Dallas, Fort Worth, Ardmore, Oklahoma City, McAllister. You see that band? I mean, that's kind of connected all the way back to Abilene and Lawton and Oklahoma City. So we're going to be still watching that for, you know, a little bit while we try to get these bands of snow to kind of thicken up a little bit in here. Let me go back to the radar. Again, it's really kind of thinning out here across the northern sections. Let me change some of the radar. This is very, very light precipitation that's underway from Pawnee and Hominy and Bartlesville, and that is the back edge of that. Let me flip the radar back over here. You can see it. I mean, there's still a little bit back near Stillwater and Edmond and some of those areas, but it's really thinned out in the northern sections. And then the southern sections, see that darker shade of blue? I mean, that is still coming down right now. And that is, let me see if I can very quickly here, you guys bear with me. We'll take this, here's downtown. Let me show you Vaughn's shot here because he is still in Pittsburgh County. So this is Vaughn's shot in the McAllister area. And so snow is still coming down at a pretty good clip there. And this is going to continue on. So it's the southern areas that starting to see a little bit more of that. And the sleet didn't last too long, at least initially, with this system, but still precipitating at this point. Okay, we're 30 seconds away from a cut-in here on the News on 6, on Channel 6. So what I'm going to do is just kind of be quiet here for a second. The stream on our YouTube News on 6 weather channel will go quiet. And then in just a minute or two, it'll pop right back up. Travis will have a live update on News on 6. And then we'll be back just for a little bit longer on the YouTube channel. See you in just a minute or two.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Good morning, meteorologist TravisMeyer here with AlanCrone and our storm trackers, and Jalen helping us out. We're talking about conditions that are still a lot of winter. We've had a lot of questions on our YouTube TV channel about, hey, it's not snowing enough, and so you just have to have a little bit of patience. It is still snowing. We do have roads that are slick and hazardous. Let's take a look and see what's going on. First of all, the big picture, still a massive storm system going on across the area. So the snow is lighter out in the western part of the state. It's not ending. There's a bigger part that'll be coming in later Saturday night. So that's ice warnings are down to the south. We've been talking about that on our YouTube channel as well. So we do have our storm trackers across the area. Across portions of the metro and down to the south, we've had periods of heavy snow, but the heaviest snows have been going on down around McAllister for a while. Let's talk to Vaughn real quick. Vaughn, update. What do you have?
Still going on. Still got very heavy snow right now. And in the last half hour, I imagine we've got at least a half an inch. So probably snowing at about an inch an hour right now, and still a couple hours to go. I mean, probably more than that, but some heavy snow coming here for the next couple hours. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. You can see what it looks like down there in McAllister. Similar stories going on with Bob and Eufaula. So he's had those reports. I just want to get up to the north into the metro area right now. John Durkee's not too far around the Broken Arrow area. John, if you could give us a quick update on what you have.
Well, right now the snow is pretty much slacked off, but the wind is just whipping this snow around. And I measured almost 3/4 of an inch at 169 and 71st Street, and I used a yardstick, so I didn't even have to get out of the truck. And that was what I showed there, and that was on a grassy surface. So
all right.
that's all we have.
All right,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Appreciate it. Let's go quickly to Dell. Dell, you've got 15 seconds to give me an update. What do you have going on right now?
Yeah, Travis, we're a little north of Bristow on Highway 48. The snow is definitely pretty intense right now. Some of the heaviest we've seen so far this evening. Back to you, Trav.
Boy, that is going, blowing and a-going, I guess you could say. Thanks, Dell. A lot of our storm trackers are out and going. We're still going to be doing some of our YouTube and streaming for a little bit longer on our weather channel there. And then also we're going to have more information as we go through the morning hours. This is a snow swath that we think will happen. We'll have more information. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Okay, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and thanks for everyone making comments. Alan's been following that and watching that as well, and you see our storm trackers are out running around at this point and getting a lot of different snow totals for us and kind of seeing what's going on. Big picture that's happening right now continues to be the storm system. We were just on Channel 6 looking at that, and the second part of the storm system still in New Mexico and Arizona. So this first part, it could be better. It is better down to the south. We do want to go through some of this. Alan can talk a little bit. I'm going to go a little faster this round because I need to get the trackers a break because we have to get ready for a little bit later. I should say a little bit earlier in the morning, a little bit later here. So we do want to give them a break. so that they're safe and getting ready to get good information for you as we go through the early morning hours. We do have Station Stephen and Chloe that will be covering our morning with our storm trackers. And we'll continue to keep you advised to what's going on as far as that is concerned. What we're going to do, first of all, is we're going to go back up to the north, and we're going to get the latest information. We'll start over into Claremore and get an update from our good buddy, Mr. Kevin, who has been following storms across northern portions of, well, central Rogers County into northern Tulsa County. What do you have for us, Kev?
Well, as you can see from my live shot, it is still coming down pretty heavy here in Claremore, Travis. We're down to about 13 degrees right now. It is just absolutely frigid, especially with that wind blowing. Like I mentioned earlier, the thing I'm having the problem with the most is trying to keep my windshield wipers going, because as soon as I clean them off, they get frozen right back up again. But yeah, it's hard to tell on how much snow we've gotten here, because it's blowing around so much, but I'd probably estimate about an inch here in Claremore right now, Travis.
Okay, yeah, that seems like a pretty good bet based on what's going on with some of the heavier snows that continue to fall across the area. Of course, we do have our winter storm warning still in effect, so that is part of the deal as far as what's happening there. And also, just to kind of give you an idea, I'm going to just show you on radar for a second. So the Claremore area here, and then when you get those little bit darker shades, that's when the snow is a little bit heavier, but that's going strong at this particular time in those locations. So that's what we're seeing. So we're probably going to deal with this for a while longer, obviously, with any luck at all. We do have Alan Hancock, who has been with us. And Alan, what is your location right now, and what are you seeing?
Yes, sir. I'm on the east side of Skytook now, and just kind of taking a look at the different conditions around here. And I've stopped and measured several different locations, and we're right about an inch each spot. So it is matching up pretty well with what we've seen coming through here. Got some blowing snow yet again. It's just the roads are in decent shape. We've seen the salt and sand trucks out doing their job, so we certainly appreciate that. I know everybody else will tomorrow morning as well.
Amen. Is that somebody there at the getting some? Is that a quick? Are we at another quick trip? We're at a lot of quick trips now. Is that somebody getting gas there right now at the quick trip?
Yeah, it looks like the power company that's here fueling up, but you got the sand trucks out there about to drive by on Highway 20 there.
Oh, okay. There, I see it in the background. Okay, there it is right there. Good catch. Yeah, and you're probably getting all iced up as well, right? So he's coming in for. Is he coming in for a break, or what's he doing? Probably he's going to have to find some more sand and salt. And again, big thanks to all those guys, men and women, who are out there doing that job, as that is a lot of hours of just going up and down the roads and trying to make it safe for everybody. Alan, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So again, this is going to be an all-night thing, and it'll taper off a little bit in the morning. We'll ask Mr. Crone a little bit more about that coming up in a few minutes. Just wanted to point out as well, down into the Tulsa area, John Durkee around the Broken Arrow area at this moment. John, if you would, you can give us a little bit more of an update. It doesn't look like it's snowing quite as heavy right this moment for you, but what do you have?
It's very light snow. I'm on South Mingo right now, coming up on 101st South, and the roads are in pretty good shape if you just stay in your ruts. Now, if you've got a left turn lane, this is a 5-lane road here. You can see on the side here to my right, or to my left rather, that that's pretty much snow-packed. But you got a lane each direction, so not too bad out here right now if you take it slow. Back to you.
Amen. The key is slow. And we'll see how slow you can go to make sure you're safe. And then Dell is, again, back over toward the Bristow area. You can see what's going on right in that location. And then also we're talking about a good chance that we're going to have a little bit more snow for Dell and what's going on over there. What do you have?
Travis, snow is still coming down at a pretty good intensity here.
Wow.
I really thought it would be lightening up more than it is, but it's still coming right down. Roads are in pretty decent shape as long as you take it slow.
Where's he at?
But I'm a little surprised at how intense the snowfall is based on the radar returns.
Yeah. We have one good band. That's a pretty good band, though, coming through you right now. And that band is pretty much lined up with 48. Kind of the west side is 99, it looks like. But it's right along 48. And so I'm going to just point that out. So that's that darker blue that's coming right across the Sapulpa area as well. So that would be right in through here. So that's the band. You'll see that darker blue right in there. I would imagine that would be the reason why that's happening, because it should lighten up a little bit afterward. You still estimating about an inch?
Yeah, though we're probably getting up around 1.25 inches. I haven't checked here lately.
Okay.
If we get a good spot to stop, I'll check again. But the way it's coming down, I could see it at, I would estimate at this point about 1.2 inches just based on the snowfall rate. We'll try to check here in just a bit, Trent.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it once again for our storm trackers. We got just a couple more that we're going to go to, and then let's get down to the south real quick. And Bob is located at the Eufaula area at this particular moment. Hey, Bob, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing near Eufaula and going across the lake.
Yep, going northbound on 69 out of Eufaula right now. We still got heavy snow. The road's down to basically a 2-track, and we got a lot of blowing going on down here with the snow. So you're having some drifting up against the center line wall along the highway here. So you're going to have to be extra careful as the drifts continue to increase. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bob. Greatly appreciate that. And one more will be going on down to the south, a little bit further to our friends down in McAllister. And that's where Vaughn is located at this particular moment. Vaughn, what do you have?
Yep. Snowfall rate since the last time I talked to you has let up just a hair, but it's still snowing at a moderate rate. As you can see off in the distance, visibilities are, down a lot lower than they have been all day long. But as you can see there in the lights, that about a moderate snow rate, and the snowflakes are still fairly decent size. Haven't seen any sleet in a while. But as I understand, that probably will continue off and on all night long. But anyway, we'll keep monitoring. Back to you.
Hey, appreciate it, Vaughn. Thank you to all of our storm trackers that have been out and about and continue to be out and about. And then we'll have additional information, obviously, as we go through the overnight into the morning hours. Downtown Tulsa continues to show snow falling across the downtown area. As we said, John Durkee has been looking at that. Alan joins me now with some more information on. Alan, what have you found? What's cooking on your end of the
Still kind of looking at the stream, and folks have some questions. Let's see here. Reasonably bad. He wants to know, what are the accumulation estimates for round 1 by itself? And I'll tell you right now, reasonably bad. That's his handle.
Oh. Nice handle.
Or that's her handle. You know.
Their handle.
Yeah. It should be between 3 and 4 inches, but the way that it looks right now, it's going to come under that for the Tulsa Metro to the north. Areas to the south will be a little higher than that, from Pittsburgh, Loudoun, LaFleur County, because they only had just a little bit of sleet, and it was mostly kind of quickly flipped over to snow production. So areas south will have a little bit more compared to areas to the north. So we're anticipating, and again, there will be more that will fill in overnight and early tomorrow with this first round, but I do think it's going to come in under for the first round, and then we're going to have the second round. So this first round, we've been suppressed with some humidity issues, the temperature itself, exceptionally cold. Sometimes that plays a little bit of role in the forecast as well. Yep.
And then you can see it weakens out to the west. So west of I-35, it's a weaker thing. But we're still, I think, I'm right with Al on that. What else you got going on?
Decoder. Yeah, Decoder. I'm sorry. Decoder says snow is picking up in Jinx. If you'll put on...
put on 6?
Put on 5. Put on 5 real fast. Well, goodness gracious. I thought I had Jinx dialed up. Give me a second here. I'll put Jinx
I put
on.
T5 on there.
So no.
That's what you were doing, Weather 5.
Yeah.
Okay,
Weather 5.
That makes a difference.
Weather 5. Okay. Now, there's Jinx coming in.
Yeah.
I've taken the camera at Jinx and kind of pointed it down, so you see the lights there?
It's snowing pretty good.
You can see the light.
You can see it right through the light.
Anyway.
We like that right in there. That's cool.
There you go. Let's see here. What else? Kelly says, 3/4 of an inch in the street and about 1 inch near the house.
Okay. Yeah.
When does the second round start, Travis?
Let's go with probably about, I would say, 6 to 9 Saturday night. Should get pretty intense about that time.
Yeah, I think that's about right too.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
All right, so anything else before we?
I'm trying to think if there's anything specific that, we're basically, if you can kind of tell, we're getting ready to wrap this thing up a little bit.
Yeah, because we need the guys to take a bit of a break because we've had them going a long time. And so we want them to take a break. We're going to take a break, but we're still going to have some cut-ins on Channel 6 with some updates there. And then full coverage starts at about 4:30 in the morning. And so we're going to keep on covering through the night. But again, we'll go back to full covering. And if we need to, we'll be back full streaming here if things just kind of get crazy. It's really not as impressive as what we would want for big snow. But I think everybody's going to be happy because you still get some snow. Kids will be happy tomorrow. And then we'll have the bigger snows as we go on through Saturday night. So I know it's a little disappointing for some that we're hoping to see heaping amounts of snow. But that's always the case in Oklahoma to me.
It can be, right.
Snow.
So here's the inside baseball on what we're going to do here. We're going to leave. Why don't we just leave the radar up on the YouTube stream for a little bit, right? Idea. So I mean, if you want to stick around and chat or whatever, and, who knows? I might come back in a little bit and jump on and just say hello. So we can do that. So
and we'll have the radars and keep them punched up for you, and we're going to do that through the morning hours. So it's like you want to just keep it on the channel.
Yeah, just watch it. Yeah,
just have that go.
Hey, we appreciate everybody for joining us on the
Great
YouTube
questions.
channel. Yeah, we appreciate your questions as well. One last question for you. Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Got something going on.
Very, very quickly here.
Okay, he's going backward.
To give it. It's okay. This is from D-Man 2314. Got a question for Trev. What year did you start signing off your weather reports with "Keep it here, we'll keep you advised"?
That would have been 1999.
Okay.
97, 98, 99. Pretty sure it's 99.
Okay. And so they asked me the same question. In the case of Alan, stay with the news on 6. We'll keep you advised. That's usually what I say. And that started September of 2006.
Because you started.
Started September 2006.
Amazing how that works. That was kind of like an interesting time for some odd reason.
Yeah, that's right.
It was kind of funny too. We'll tell you a quick story.
Okay.
So I had the opportunity to come over here, work with Jim Giles, Gentleman Jim, as everybody calls him.
Yeah.
And so that was pretty cool. Mm-hmm. And then we were looking for another good meteorologist, and Craig Day says, "You got to talk to AlanCrone. I worked with AlanCrone down there in Ada." Right, K10, was that in Ada? Where was that?
Sherman Denison.
Sherman Denison.
Yeah.
That was a competition, was in Ada. Sorry.
Well, yeah, it's okay. Everything's fine. Yeah, it was Channel 12. There's Channel 12 and Channel 10.
Okay.
Southern Oklahoma, the Tech
You were
Summit.
12, you weren't
We
10.
were 12, right, yeah. Craig and I worked together at Channel 12.
I had to call him down there anyway. Hey. That was back when we had regular phones too.
Yeah, people actually called.
They actually knew how to use a phone. Man, those were the days.
Those were the days, right?
Anyway, so then interviewed him once, and he's the guy. So he ended up coming on up here and being part of the staff then ever since. So that's the way it is.
That's the way it is.
So we're just, all right, so what we're going to do, we're going to leave the YouTube channel up, running.
Yep.
And if we have anything, we're going to pop up and start yapping.
Yep.
And maybe that'll wake you up if you're dozing off or whatever. And if you just want to know what's going on the radar, we'll be flipping radars around.
Sure, yeah.
Looking at those.
Kind of change things a little bit.
Yeah, there will be some data if we find some good data, or if some of the storm trackers out, we'll punch them up.
Yeah,
too,
we'll punch them up, yeah.
And then we'll be back as necessary. But in the meantime, we're going to get these guys some of a break. So as we always say, you want to say your part?
So long. Oh, stay with the news on.
Never mind.
After all of that.
After all that.
Stay with the news on 6. We'll keep you advised. Hit the button.
Oh, dear heaven. Okay, that's good right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. She set it up on links 1. But I'm going to take, just to let you know, Vaughn. All right, we're going to start with Dal, because we're going to the metro first. Going to go to Dal.
For folks listening on the YouTube channel, we're getting ready to do a cut-in on Channel 6 Live here in about 30 seconds. So that's why you're hearing us talk right now. Okay? All righty.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Hey, good morning. Around the area, we're still watching a storm system that's moving across the Central Plains. Not as impressive as some folks would like, but it's there. We have the second part of the storm system will be coming through too, so we won't have to worry a whole lot about snowfall. Right now, we have a lot of snow going on across Oklahoma, Kansas, now into Arkansas. Sleet, freezing rain across the south. Ice storm warnings in effect just east of Dallas, going on up into Mississippi. And then the main storm system is still out west, so that still gives us a big chance of snow as we go through Saturday night into Sunday. Right now, the snow is lightening up out to the west. We're down I-35, and so you see it's kind of breaking up. There's still snow, but it's heavier here in the eastern part of the state, and especially in southeastern Oklahoma. In the metro area at this time, most of the snow is showing up just kind of as a moderate, occasionally heavy. Dal has been in the area. Dal's looks like he's just to the west, just near Sapulpa right now. Dal, update from you. What do you have for us?
Well, fortunately, the snow has let up significantly. Obviously bitter cold. Now, I will say that we've noticed that at least here in Sapulpa, the snow is starting to get packed down into an icy sheet. So that's a little bit concerning, but at least the snow has really tapered off at this point. Back to you, Trev.
Okay, and I see that snowplow just passing through. So the guy, I know that everybody's out still trying to get the roads all pretty good shape. So other than icy, they're just kind of snow-packed, icy, but just kind of around an inch of snow or so, not that much, huh?
That's actually right. And we had a little more snow back to the west, but here in Sapulpa, I would say just right around an inch of snow.
Okay. Just enough to be a little slick and a little dangerous. I appreciate that very much. So this is a live look again at the radar and what's going on. So we do have moderate snows still going on to the east, kind of along 412, and then going from near Claremore to Pryor, then off to the east. The lighter colors would be lighter snow. The darker shades that you see on your TV or monitor, that's like a band coming through the Tulsa area right now that would be moderate. So where Dal is located, it's lightened up, and then you get out west, and you'll see some patches breaking up. As we go through the morning hours, there could be maybe 1 or 2 inches of snow additional to this, so we should end up someplace around 2 to 3 inches of snow most likely before it's said and done. We were estimating anywhere from 4 to 6 inches. A lot of that has been dry air that is involved in kind of cutting down on our totals, which is not a surprise because that can happen, and it obviously did happen. Down to the south, we've had a little bit more action. You can see the colors are different as well. That's more of a kind of a darker colors. That's indicative of the heavier snow bands that are in that area. We've been following with Bob as he's come up through Muskogee, and then Vaughn's down around McAllister. Hey, Vaughn, give us an update, if you would, on what's going on around McAllister, and what do you think the snowfall totals have been?
Yeah, I just got out and measured it. It's 1 3/4 inches. That's about 10 minutes ago. And it's been snowing very heavy ever since I talked to you last. So, we're approaching the 2-inch mark. We'll be there pretty quickly, but anyway, we'll keep monitoring. Back to you.
All right, I appreciate it. So you see the snow falling where Vaughn is located, and that is the band that's pretty heavy. That's why you see that darker blue shade that's going on right now. And we anticipate that that will be kind of hanging in there for a while. The better chances are for you guys in southeastern Oklahoma. There was some sleet earlier. That is not really materialized again, so it's not as big of a deal as it was. Our snowfall accumulations, a lot of folks were asking us on our YouTube channel if we were thinking there was going to be lesser amounts of snow. Right now, we'll have to pull back a little bit just because it's quite obvious. This first go around isn't going to quite get up to 4 to 6 inches. It'll probably be more like 2 to 3.5, maybe 4 inches for some. So there's still several hours of snow, and if we get snow at a rate of a ½ inch or an inch an hour, that could still lead up to several folks picking up 2 to 3 inches and maybe a little bit more, especially if you're south and east. We still have that secondary storm system that Al and I have been talking about, and that's going to be a bigger storm. That's the one that is going to be causing a better chance of the heavier snows, and that would be coming in as we go through our Saturday night into Sunday. So the bigger part of that system is still well out to the west of us, and the circulation feature and upper level low is still out toward Arizona and southwest, and so that's still going to spur a lot of moisture into the area as we go on into Saturday night into Sunday. Most all of our models are saying this is more of a typical type of snow system. This will be a better chance of having heavier snows. So we're still anticipating 10 inches or more of snow in a swath that will be going across central and eastern portions of Oklahoma. Right now, though, the biggest thing that we do want to point out is if you do have any travel plans over the weekend, man, I'll tell you what, there's some big issues, especially if you're flying. It's just not going to be a whole lot of fun because there's going to be a lot of cancellations, delays, 100% guaranteed there. Cancellations, there's going to be a lot of those coming out of Dallas. And then also off to the east. This is an ice storm, by the way, the magenta colors you see there. And then we have travel advisories, ice storms potential around Atlanta and also Charlotte, which are travel hubs that are big travel hubs, especially for folks for Tulsa. And even look down toward Houston, even a winter storm warning going all the way down to the south. And travel advisories, get this, at Galveston Island. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on. A lot of snow across the area. That's going to be the case as we work our way through the morning hours for some of you guys, especially from Tulsa east to the west. It'll become more of a light snow, moderate snow, and then we'll get back into the heavier snows by the time we get into our Saturday night. We also want to mention that on our YouTube stream, Weather Channel, we do have continuing coverage there, and we are going to be showing you several different things about what's different maps, some of the trackers that are out, and then occasionally Alan or I, or really Stacia and Stephen and Chloe are going to be sharing a lot more information as we go through the morning. And don't forget that through the early morning hours, anytime from about 4:30 to about 6, we'll be doing some streaming where we'll spend quite a bit of time talking about what's happening. And then at 6, and then going to about 11, we're going to be on the air on Channel 6. So you can just turn that on around the house and you have all the latest information and all the latest road condition reports. And we have a lot of our news reporters that are going to be out in the field. So if anything's changing going on, for example, just to give you a quick idea, around areas to the east around Choteau, we had this come out, which was just like everybody's looking at each other and said, how could this happen? But they're asking people in Choteau, and if you're around the Choteau area, this is important to you, that you can't use a lot of natural gas, because if you burn a lot of natural gas, they have to go buy some extra natural gas because they don't have a contract for as much natural gas as you're using. So then they're going to have to buy some on the open market, which they were showing is anywhere from 40 to 60 times the current price. I don't know how that works. I just know the price of natural gas went up. But again, if you're in the Choteau area, be careful, be cautious. Otherwise, you're going to have a whale of a bill that you have to deal with. So again, we'll have a lot of stories about those things and also other information that starts to pop up. Remember to be safe and make sure with space heaters, and then also smoke detectors that you have those, but space heaters, candles are a no-go because you fall asleep this time of night and you could be in big trouble. So make sure you put them out before you fall asleep. Make sure you don't wake up to problems, because this is the time of year when bad things can happen with fires, and also for carbon monoxide. So just keep that in mind. Make sure everybody stays safe as we go through this. We have more information. Don't forget, as I said, our YouTube channel for weather. It's pretty awesome. Meantime, as we say on Channel 6, keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Copy.
Okay. Hello, I'm meteorologist TravisMeyer. Things are looking pretty good right now if for a lack of snow, and that's not good news for some folks. But I tell you what, we do have some bitter, bitter cold air that's still going on across the area. Here's a look at the big picture. Snow continues to fall across Oklahoma, Kansas, also into Arkansas, freezing rain. Drizzle across North Texas and also out to the east. We still have a major storm system part that still has to come through. That will be for our Saturday night. A lot of folks are kind of sad because we don't have a ton of snow on the ground as of yet. And you're seeing that it's really weakening from Tulsa to the west. So there's kind of pockets where it's just not snowing very much. All the heavier snow is mainly to the east, and especially in the east and southeast parts of our viewing area. So you guys down southeast are a little bit happier than those of us around Tulsa that might want a little bit more snow. Take a look a little closer into the metro area. So that snow again, the main bands are out to the west that are lightening up. The ones to the east and that have kind of a little bit more of a gray shade to them, those are the areas that have the heaviest snowfall at this particular time. Across much of the metro, it's relatively quiet. And let's go on over and find out with what's going on right now as we take a look at Dell Archer's video. And let's go to Dell right now. Dell, if you could, give us an update on what you're having right at this moment.
Yeah, Trav, we're over in Sand Springs here on Charles Page Boulevard, and the snow has significantly lightened up. We're just getting little flurries now. We have noticed that the snowpack on the roads is actually starting to get packed down and freezing, which is a little bit of a problem. Could be a big problem in the morning. So I do encourage drivers to be cautious in the morning, but at least as for now, the snow has significantly lightened up. Back to you.
Okay, interesting. And we were forecasting 3 to 5 inches with up to 7 inches possible. And right now, Dell, would you say you're about an inch, or you said? Is that what you said? For sure.
Yeah, Sand Springs has gotten they must have got a quick burst here because we're definitely at an inch now, and possibly even slightly over an inch.
Okay.
But it is really, we're getting very little snow now, so.
All right.
If it picks back up, it'll be a different story. But right now, the big issue is going to be these glazing on the roads.
Yes, and it has been a little bit of an issue, not only with traffic, but also the bitter cold. Thank you, Dell. Appreciate it. We're going to be talking more to our storm teams as we go through the morning hours. This is a look at radar once again around the area. Bob is also hanging around just down into Wagner County at this particular moment. Bob, what do you have going on? What are the roads like as you head north?
Yeah, the snow's lightened up considerably. In fact, it's hard to tell sometimes if it's snowing or it's a blowing of snow out here. I'm in that construction area that runs near the Queen exit and to the south on the Muskogee Turnpike, and that's allowing some of this snow to kind of drift on the east side of the wall, and everything in between is kind of iced up, as Dale was talking about a little bit ago. So, yeah, you got to be really cautious out here, because if we get a wreck in here, it's going to shut the turnpike down for sure.
Yeah, that
Back
would be
to you,
nice.
Travis.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Thank you for hours and hours of coverage. Even though we've had hardly any snow to speak of, that's still pretty impressive as far as what we're seeing and what's been going on and the coverage from our storm trackers. Okay, so that's around the metro area. And as I said, you notice what's going on. We are having some lack of snow across areas out to the west. So you see those breaks. Down to the south, it has been a little bit of a different story, but it looks like it's kind of lightening up a little bit into portions of Pittsburgh County. And then you can see right where Vaughn is located, right around McAllister. Vaughn, if you could give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm in a temporary lull right now, just probably about 5-minute lull. But, Travis, if I'm not mistaken, we've switched over a little bit to some sleet, and there could be just a little bit of freezing rain in this particular area. So the snow is definitely tapered off into sleet, and hopefully it'll get back to snow. We don't need any of that freezing rain. Back to you.
No kidding. That was a big worry for a lot of folks down around McAllister and for us and for what we thought the forecast was. Thank you. And Vaughn, will be talking to you as we go through the morning hours. Our storm teams will be covering what's happening across the region as well. And with that snow kind of lightening up briefly and then coming back again, southeastern Oklahoma, you guys have a little bit better chance. We're still thinking the highlighted areas will be on the second storm system they'll be coming through. And that should still be around the I-40 corridor up to Tulsa, where over 10 inches could occur. During the 10 o'clock news tonight, I was a little bit more what should we say, energetic on even higher amounts, but we'll have to wait and see. Right now, our temperatures are in the single digits to the northwest. Notice the difference from Muskogee at 21, and then you go up to around Pawhuska. We're sitting at 6, and it has been just miserable cold with the wind chills, sub-zero across much of the area with 8. That's like a heat wave down in Muskogee. So again, that's the plan as we work our way through Sunday. And this is a live look at Gathering Place with snow on the ground, just not a lot of snow. So again, kids aren't going to be super happy when they wake up in the morning if I can't find some more snow, because they would probably like to see that. All right, that's the latest of what's going on. Of course, we have our YouTube channel, Weather Channel. So if you want to be able to see some of the weather and some of the information that we're sending down the line, and with any additional updates, we have that for you. And we'll have more information here on Channel 6. As we always say, keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Hey, good morning. Meteorologist TravisMeyer here as we continue to wait on heavy snow. Right at this point, we don't have a ton of heavy snow, but we do have at least a couple of things that are going on. It's still snowing, in fact. This is the big picture of what we see happening at this particular time. And so we are going to talk to our storm trackers in just a moment. We have both Vaughn on the line, and then we also have Dal. And we're getting the other guys a little bit of a break because they're going to be busy this morning. Our guys are going to be covering everything that's going on. At this point, we do have, again, this is a pretty big shot of moisture and a lot of snow. It's covering Kansas, now into Missouri, Arkansas, and obviously here in eastern Oklahoma. The main part of this storm system is still out west. Doesn't look like much, but it's doing quite a bit considering that's not a ton of moisture out there, but we still have winter storm warnings in the mountains out to the west. We have had most of the heavier snows kind of break down a little bit. There's still heavy snows in the darker areas of blue. And then you see out to the west, we still have multiple areas where there is some locations of snow that's falling, kind of across the northern part and then around Oklahoma City south. So those are a couple of locations in which the snow continues to drop at least about a ½ inch to occasionally an inch. Here in the metro area of Tulsa, we have at this point some of the heavier snow bands. There's like one that has developed across the northern side around Osage County, then on up to around Bartlesville, over to Veneta, and then to Grove. And we have lighter areas out to the west, but that's kind of filling in a little bit around Stillwater. And then down to the south, we have a few areas that have some light to moderate snow. What we're going to do is take a closer look at what's happening right now with Dal Archer. And Dal, if you're with me right now, could you give me an update on what you're doing and where you're located and what you're seeing?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to give a shout out to ODOT here. We were just behind a plow, and as you can see in our shot, Highway 97 has really gotten cleared off since we drove through here, 30, 45 minutes ago. We were behind a plow, and they're doing a great job. The roads in Sand Springs are pretty snow-packed, but they have done an amazing job out here on Highway 97, so we need to give a shout-out to those guys. They've done an impressive job.
Good, good. Now, what about, so besides 97, are like the side streets, are they still messed up?
That's how I know that ODOT is doing such a great job, because they are heavily snowpacked. Yeah, we just came out of the Prattville area, and the roads are getting quite snowpacked in those areas, but it was just night and day difference. You come off of some of the side streets and get on 97, and it is amazing the difference in the roads. Absolutely amazing. Now, I did notice, too, though, Travis, that over the last 5 or 10 minutes, the snow has started picking up a little bit again. It's pretty much tapered off.
Yeah.
But we're now starting to get some little light bands of snow again. They're starting to pick up a little bit in intensity. Not as heavy as earlier, but definitely picking up again. So we may be getting some more bands starting to fill back in here as the night progresses.
Well, and that's kind of the hope, because I don't want kids to wake up here in a couple of hours and then be a little less than happy with the weather people. That's all I'm going to say. Don't want to burst their snow.
Exactly. We want to keep. That's right. We want to keep them happy.
That's right, because the parents aren't going to be too happy with slick roads. But again, it's really not too bad. So we're doing all right. Hey, Dal, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll continue to talk to Dal through the morning hours as well. So that's conditions that are going on there. Also, as we're looking down at some of the information, you see Dal there at the stoplight, but we're looking for snow, and you see that band of snow again to the north. To the south, we had a lot more snow for a while, and those bands now are the heaviest in eastern Latimer County. You see that darker blue. That's where Vaughn had a ton of heavy snow, and then also some sleet mixed in there. Vaughn is right now in the McAllister area. And Vaughn, if you would, give us an update on what's going on down in the Big Mac.
Yeah, as you can see, it's still snowing a little bit. We did have a little bit of like sleet and freezing rain just for a little bit, and then it tapered off and kind of had a lull there for a while. Now the lighter snow is picking back up, but like Dal was saying, the road crews are doing a great job. This exit ramp, of course, it's not really plowed, but a lot of 69 has been plowed at least once or twice. So they're not clear by no means. Still slick, still hazardous, and you got to drive probably 30 miles an hour, but they are passable, and they're doing a really, really good job at it. Thank you.
All right, that's awesome. That's good to hear. And we'll be talking to Vaughn, Dell, and a lot of our storm trackers, Brandon, as well as we go through the morning hours. So these guys are troopers, and we appreciate them. So thank you, Dell, Vaughn. Bob just went off the line to take a quick break, and he'll be back with us in the morning as well. Just to give you a quick update as well as what's going on. So we have that snow band moving out of southeastern Oklahoma and LaFleur County. This was pretty heavy. Overall, those bands, though, are continued to be strong enough with that second storm system coming in. I still feel like we're in shape to pick up 10 inches or more in several locations, and isolated amounts could be over 14 inches. This was from tonight, I should say earlier tonight, and some of our models were really picking up on this second storm. So this would be maximum, I wouldn't call it velocity, maximum snow. Because we're always looking for the most snow. It's never how little snow can we get. It's always, I don't know why weather people are this way, but it's always like, hey, we could get 15 inches. Hey, we could get 20. We're weird. I'll just say it. And then there's some that are probably weirder than others. I'm not going to vote for myself particularly, but I could probably. Anyway, here's the situation tonight. Now, I wanted to show you as well through the morning hours here. These are single digits to the north. We're still at 21 in Muskogee. This is not weird, but this is that little area that we said it's just not really cold all the way through, and just the way that the atmosphere is set up and the way the winds are just above the surface and near surface really is making a huge difference. And kind of to contrast and compare, like we have double digit below zero, sub-zero readings to the north, and then you have Tahlequah and Muskogee. Now you might not say that's much, but that's pretty impressive. Now, I could just changed here. So that's like a 20-degree difference in feeling between Muskogee and up at Burbank. So it's kind of weird, all based on kind of the wind and the cold temperatures. But we thought we'd share that with you. Here's a live look from down in Jinx. And so you can see it from the streets. The streets are all going to be snowpacked. They are not dangerous in terms of heavy snows to where you'd get high centered by any stretch of the imagination. We're estimating around an inch of snow. A few of our guys have estimated maybe an inch and a quarter and at most an inch and a half. So we were looking for 3 to 5 inches. We still have a period of snow to go through at least noon. So it's not like it's all over with. But this does give us a pretty good idea of what's happening. Out at the airport, you can tell that it's snowing. And so visibilities have gone back down again. And because of that, there's still additional snows that'll be happening here overnight through the morning hours. Look at Gathering Place. It's kind of a cool shot here. It's not cool, it's cold. So we'll just leave it. This is a good looking cold shot. There we go. That's probably the best way to phrase it. Anyway, so that's what's happening. And don't forget, I want to just briefly point this out that on our YouTube channel, we have a weather channel now, YouTube weather channel. We've had it for a little bit. We have a lot of content that's being developed and put on there. And also during severe weather events, you'll be able to just kind of check it out. And we'll occasionally be looking at that and talking on that channel. And when we are not on Channel 6, because we don't want to interrupt programming, we won't only just be on social media platforms, but we'll also be specifically on our YouTube channel. So you go, I wonder what the weather's doing. I wonder if those guys are over there saying anything. So you can just click over on that. It's just easy to subscribe, very easy. Even an old guy like me can do it. And so if I can do it, you can do it. And so anyway, what I did want to say, though, to you is the fact that we are talking about, again, winter weather that will continue. And don't give up on the snow. If you wake up during the morning hours and you go, oh, my goodness, there's not enough snow. Remember, we still have our Saturday night into Sunday where there should be an additional anywhere from about 5 to 12 inches of snow. So that's still in the books, still going to be bitter, bitter cold. So don't be surprised because we're talking about conditions that are going to stay winter for quite a while. I was just looking at some new data as well, and it looks like most of the air is going to be cold Arctic air probably through Monday. Tuesday, no, it's probably going to be Wednesday. We might get up to 32, and then we get cold again as we go to the end of next week. So we're in the heart of winter. We're in the bowels of winter. I don't know if that sounds very good or not. Anyway, that's a look at what's happening right now. We have more information on Channel 6, and as I said, also on our YouTube channel. So as we say, keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
it's not done yet.
No, it's not, but I'm like,
We're pretty behind.
I woke up and I was like, oh.
Yeah, Trav did. Yeah. Yeah. He told me he still feels good. I was like, okay.
I don't.
He thinks tonight will come. He thinks, you know, it's not done this morning and then tonight will come through. I was like, okay.
Okay, well, if he's willing to believe that, you know, on here with that, great. I don't feel that way.
I haven't even looked at what the new forecasted amounts are.
You know, seeing how the stop and shift yesterday, I was like, okay. Don't quite know what this means, but then, I mean, yeah, I second round still looks fine, but then I'm like, CH triple R, I'm like, it looks even further south. I'm like,
Is that where the moisture's coming in?
I don't know, or if the snow track keeps going south, or, I mean, to be fair, it's like, you know, I'm sure we thought that, but I thought about it kind of in my mind and stayed on here yesterday. We're showing that below the low out west, and I'm like, it's just going to go shore.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I thought that too yesterday morning. I was like, it's still off the coast.
And so I had that thought too. I was like, this thing's coming onshore further south. The models aren't catching it. So I don't know. He's got confidence in the second round. Good for him. But problem is it's not. You know, if you're assuming 6 from one, 6 from the other, or whatever. Like I'm not saying that's what they did, but like, okay, now you've got to go. Now you're expecting the second round to actually overperform.
Yeah, it would have to.
3 years that way. Next week you're expecting that. I'm not. No way.
station is on the left.
Sounds good.
Hey, Vaughn, you're down in McAllister right now. Good morning to you. Give us a quick update to conditions down in McAllister.
Yeah, it has started snowing again. It quit for a little while down here. We've got about probably 2.5 to 3 inches on the ground, and roads are definitely going to be slick and hazardous. The crew's been out plowing all night long, so they're in decent shape. But as you can see, it's just not a very good road trip. So just stay in if you can. Back to you.
Yeah, stay in, stay warm, stay put this morning. And again, we'll go back to radar here so you can see what we have at this point. So again, snow falling there. Dal Archer, he's in downtown Tulsa. Some heavier bands up to the northeast of Vaughn, up in Haskell County to Wilburton. Light snow around Okmulgee over to Muskogee this morning. To the north, it's picked up a little bit in Tulsa, and then that will extend back over into, again, Rogers County. If you lapse it here for the last about 15 minutes, the snow will continue this morning. There's still bands out to the west across Creek County, so those will come through Tulsa. But when you get into the darker shades of blue there north of Claremore, that's probably our heaviest snow at the moment. So this is round number 1 of this entire winter storm. We also have Dal Archer for us out there this morning. I combined him and Vaughn. So Dal is actually in Tulsa downtown. Dal, give us a quick update to conditions in the metro.
Yeah, Stacia, the highways are decent, but as you can see here, we're right here downtown. Most of the side streets are getting pretty snowpacked now. The plows are out. They're doing a great job on the highways. Now they're trying to catch up with these side streets, but they're kind of fighting a losing battle as the snow's picked up here a little bit. But they are doing a very admirable job, but it's a little bit concerning about these side streets. So anybody that does have to get out to drive in the morning may have kind of a rough commute there. Back to you, Stacia.
All right. Thanks so much, Dal. And again, temperatures this morning, very, very cold. We want you to just stay home, stay put. Quick look at wind chill values. As you can see, -6 in Tulsa, -11 up in Claremore, -8 in Bartlesville. So again, the snow will continue this morning. ChloeArroyo, Stephen, myself, we're all in office. We'll have, of course, our trackers out and a whole crew. 6 in the morning. We'll start earlier this morning at 6 a.m. to cover road conditions, to cover the snow falling. Round number 2 will come in again tonight, Saturday night into Sunday. Round number 1 is not done yet. This is the big picture here from across the country, and you can see that this is a huge, huge storm system. And this is just, again, round number 1. There's a lot more moisture kind of back to the south and west. That last batch of moisture there in New Mexico and Texas, that's what will swing through later tonight, Saturday night into Sunday. So again, there's more snow to come. It's pretty light at best in most locations at this morning, but northern parts of Rogers County is probably the heaviest right now. So, of course, Steve and myself, Chloe, will continue to track with our trackers, and we'll have the latest updates for you as needed throughout this morning. You can also catch our stream on YouTube and on our apps coming up. We'll see you.
But it makes it, I almost dropped that. It makes it do
Good morning. It is 4:54. We are cutting in now to bring you an update to the winter storm. ChloeArroyo, StephenNehrenz, we're all in-house. We have, of course, our storm trackers out monitoring road conditions, which they are snow-packed all through eastern Oklahoma. Snow continues to fall. This is a big winter storm, and it's not done yet. Now, if you step outside, you might notice, okay, there's not that much snow out there, but it will continue to pick up. So far, reports have been 1 to 3 inches, but this wave is not over with yet. And then there's a second wave that's going to come in tonight, Saturday night into Sunday, and that wave is expected to be a little heavier. So right now, this is a look at radar. And when you get into the blues, that's going to be the heavier snow. So right now, there is a heavier band kind of picking up down around Okmulgee and then back towards Welty. So that's going to be some pretty decent snow kind of moving across. And it's pretty fast, too, as it does move across the area. So they're down in Okmulgee County. Back up into the metro, snow would be probably the heaviest right now from Sapulpa, back up to Sand Springs, to Sperry, to Skiatook, and then up towards Claremore, especially northern Rogers County, out by Lake Oologah, and extending over into Mays County there. We've had some pretty decent snow here over the last probably 30 to 40 minutes. But right now, that's a look at current radar. So our storm trackers are out for you this morning. Vaughn Castor, he's been down in McAllister. And so Vaughn's probably been in an area where a lot of the precipitation has been picking up. And so for Vaughn's location there down in McAllister, we'll take a look at his shot. We also have Dal Archer, who's in the Tulsa Metro. We're going to go to Dal first. And so Dal, give us a quick update to what you're experiencing in the Metro. Based on your shot, I mean, I still see snow falling. Roads, of course, are covered in snow, but give us an update to conditions and, of course, how those roads have been treating you.
Well, I got to be honest, Stacia, the side roads are getting pretty slick at this point. The highways, we really need to give a shout out to ODOT because they've been doing a great job. But the roads here we're on Riverside right now, and these are snow-packed. One thing I've noticed about the snow is that it seems to be a little bit wetter consistency than it was 2 or 3 hours ago. It's a fine type of snow, but quite wet. Back to you, Stacia.
All right, thanks so much, Dal. And that's probably due to kind of getting more saturation, maybe more moisture in that snow growth zone. It's a specific kind of temperature in the atmosphere where snow grows. And so when you have really dry conditions, that snow is going to be drier. And of course, it's much colder, but maybe we're starting to get more moisture kind of aloft and kind of through the atmosphere there. So maybe the snow is getting wetter. And that bodes well if kids wanted to make snowballs. You want really that good, tight, wet snow, but most of it has been very, very dry so far. Also, Brandon Wells, he is in East Broken Arrow. Brandon, you're on the phone with us. Give us an update.
Yeah, Stacia. So, we're currently on east side of Broken Arrow, and like Dal was mentioning, we've just got snow-packed road here along 71st. We're about to come up to it's like 361st, but so just the snow's coming down. It's real fine right now. It's light. It's coming down at a light rate. So we'll continue to watch it throughout the day and just follow up. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Brandon. Quick update from Vaughn down in McAllister. Vaughn, what do you got going on?
Yeah, I'm between McAllister and Eufaula on 69. 69 snowpack. Actually, it drives a lot better than the normal road. I think the snowplows did such a good job of smoothing it that it's really not driving too bad. But it is snowpacked, bridges are slick, and the road is slick. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Vaughn. Stay home, stay warm. Temperatures are in the single digits, low teens. Wind chills are sub-zero. So again, snow will continue to fall. We'll, of course, track more on our YouTube channels, on our app, and on our streaming coming up at the 5 o'clock hour. We'll see you then. Hi, good morning. I'm meteorologist StaciaKnight, meteorologist ChloeArroyo over here, StephenNehrenz as well, and we are tracking, of course, a winter storm that has started on your Friday night and has continued now into Saturday morning. Will actually come in two main waves, and we're still dealing with wave number 1. We've had, of course, snow-packed roads across the area. Travel is really tough this morning and will continue to be tough, and then the next wave, which will be Saturday night into Sunday, will actually be even heavier, and more snow is expected. Heavier snows and more totals are expected Saturday night into Sunday. It is a huge system. You can see across the country just how big it is. So cold Arctic air has settled in. Temperatures are very, very cold outside this morning. We are in the single digits. We're in the teens. Wind chill values are sub-zero. So the temperatures have been falling since yesterday morning when the front hit. And then with the cold air in place, we have the moisture that's been coming up from a system that moved in from the southwest, from over the Pacific. So this is Pacific moisture that has come up and over the cold air, and so now we have, of course, a lot of winter weather from southern Nebraska and Iowa down through Kansas, through Oklahoma, down into Texas. And you can see all of the icing issues across far eastern Texas, and then those purple counties in Louisiana over into Mississippi. Those are ice storm warnings. For us, there's been a little bit of ice and some sleet, some snow kind of down in McAllister and southeast Oklahoma in terms of, I guess, more of where we were concerned about icing. Thankfully, they have switched over to all snow. We've had Von Caster down in McAllister monitoring that switch over throughout the course of the night. Is sleet versus snow, and it's been a mixed bag at times, and we'll continue to monitor. Again, this is a picture right now across Oklahoma, and we still are snowing. The red counties there, those are winter storm warnings. Those are in place through the weekend for the entire state. And I'm going to turn those off so that you can kind of see more so of where the snow is located. And we'll also flip over to one of our more single site radars, get a closer view here. So when you transition to the pinks, that's where the radar is trying to pick up on more of a mix. So there's going to potentially be some sleet mixed in, or even some freezing rain, but at this point I think it would be more sleet. So again, it's been very dry, the snow. You can notice it's more powder-like, but roads are packed. It's really packed down. Crews have been out for a long time making sure roads are at the best shape that they can be. Our storm trackers have been out and really giving accolades to the road crews for all of their work that they've done and that they'll continue to do. A closer look into where Vaughn is located. Again, he's down in the southeast parts of the state. Vaughn, your GPS has you in Eufaula. We have our guys on the phone, so we're going to talk to them throughout this hour. And 6 in the morning on Channel 6 on CBS will start earlier at 6 o'clock. So Von Caster, he's down in southeast Oklahoma. Vaughn, you're driving really slow down that very snow-packed road. Give us an update to exactly where you are and the conditions throughout the overnight that you've noticed and how things travel-wise are doing.
Yes, good morning, Stacia. Hey, so yeah, I've been out all night, mostly in McAllister area. So I guess my GPS must be frozen. That's not surprising. I am in actually Eufaula right now, on the north side of Eufaula. Just kind of traveled up 69 to see what it was like from McAllister. In McAllister, I had about 3 inches. Snow still falling. It was falling most of the night, and then at times it would change over to a sleet and snow mix. At one point, it changed over to a sleet and freeze and rain mix, but it did not last very long. So there wasn't any kind of accumulations that I saw anywhere on power lines or trees or anything like that. The snow got very, very heavy at times. We had some really, really intense bands that came through, and most of the time when those intense bands came through, it almost turned over to straight sleet, almost like hail, when you see those intense bands and it's got that reflectivity off of that sleet. It was almost kind of like hail, very, very small hail. But anyway, we had about 3 inches down there when I left. Looks like here in Eufaula, I have not got out to measure yet. Probably got about 1.5 inches here, maybe 2. I'm not sure. But I can see a lot of the grass is covered. And like you said, the snow plows, they are working overtime and keeping the roads, well, as good as can be expected. You got to expect that there's going to be snow on these things, and it's actually not too bad to drive in or on top of. Thankfully, we did not get the ice or the heavy sleet amounts. That would have made things a whole lot worse. But a lot of the truckers, like you see here at this Love's here, a lot of them are stopped. I mean, there's not a lot of traffic on 69, so a lot of them have heeded the warnings and pulled over for the night. This guy right here on the right, I saw him last night, so he pulled over and spent the night here. He was coming up through McAllister, so I was going to ask him for a taco. Looks like got a good old taco thing he pulls behind his truck. But anyway, we're gonna cruise back on through Eufaula here, and my truck is full of ice. I mean, it's probably got 200 or 300 pounds extra of ice and snow and stuff like that on it. So it's heavy, which I don't mind in this kind of weather. I like it heavy.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to cruise on back here, and actually, Eufaula looked pretty. It looked very pretty going through downtown because of all the snow and how it's kind of lit up. But anyway, so far, I think we've kind of escaped so far the worst of it. I know we got a lot left to go, and people don't put down your guard yet because from what I hear from Travis and Alan and you are that we got a long road ahead of us. So anyway, we'll be out here watching it.
We appreciate you so much, Vaughn, and we do have a lot more to go. And in fact, where you are, Vaughn, is probably one of the spots that really does not see a good break. It's going to be kind of steady state throughout the day. It'll lighten up at times, but completely stopping, which I think areas to your north will actually see a complete stop in precipitation later today and snowfall before it picks back up again. Southeast Oklahoma may not get a break like that. And in fact, some of the heavier amounts later tonight into Sunday morning may end up down around I-40 and into Southeast Oklahoma. And there could be a window of time where sleet shows back up. If what we call a warm nose can kind of sneak back north, that is a possibility. But there is still a lot more to come, as Vaughn mentioned. And again, our guys, so thankful for them to be out and about for us these long hours just driving around in snow. You can imagine how exhausting that would be. So it's pretty light right now where he is, but again, just be on and off through the day today. Up to the north, back in the metro, we do have snow continuing. It looks like one of our heavier bands at the moment is down in Okmulgee County, extending over to Coweta, to Haskell. So right now, that's going to be pretty heavy there. And I say heavy. We'll be, say, more moderate too at this point. Just you're not really looking at whiteout conditions per se, but the winds at this point are 10 to 15, so they are lighter than Friday morning when the front came through. We had gusts up to 40 miles per hour, very cold wind, and then you start to get some precipitation. Of course, would be blowing snow, but thankfully right now winds are 10 to 15, not a huge deal for winds. Dal Archer is on the south side of the Tulsa Metro. Looks like he's down by Jinx, and so for Dal, we've had you on the phone this morning too. You've been out overnight for us. Give us an update to conditions over in Jinx. Looks like you're in downtown Jinx. Beautiful Jinx America there. How's it going?
That's exactly right. It is beautiful Jinx America. It looks pretty cool here with magenta lights right downtown Jinx. It's great looking at it if you're inside and warm. If you have to be out in it, maybe not quite so much, but the roads are not in great shape. They could be a lot worse, but honestly, if you don't have to get out this morning, I would recommend you don't. We're getting some light snow right now, but these temps are absolutely brutal, so this is definitely not going to be melting off. And we're going to keep getting more snow, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the day and into Sunday even. So if you can stay home, it would be great. It is beautiful if you have a scene like this, but if you can stay home, that would be highly recommended.
Yes, just stay home, stay warm, and stay safe. I mean, across the metro, we're kind of thinking 1 to 2 inches at this point, and then, of course, more to come. So, again, the snow is accumulating there, and it is so cold. On top of road conditions, we're in sub-zero wind chills right now, so we're down to about -6 to -9 for the wind chill. I mean, it's brutally cold, dangerously cold. So if you are getting out and you're going to venture out on the roads, you have to make sure you are prepared for something to happen and being stuck in the cold for an extended period of time. So just make sure before you get out there that you're anticipating something to be, where you're gonna have to be out in the cold for a while, and you have some gear with you. You're wearing warm clothes, you have a big coat, you have blankets and all of that to keep you warm just in case. But best thing to do is just stay home and stay put at this point. Brandon Wells, it looks like he's over on 412, so he is actually going to head up to where some of the higher snowfall accumulations we think throughout this morning have been. So he's going to head up towards the Claremore area. And Brandon, you just hit the road for us this morning. You took a little bit of a break, got some sleep, and now you're northbound, or I should say northeastbound. How's it going there? It looks like 412, based on your camera view, is in pretty good shape. What do you think?
Yeah, so good morning, Stacia. Yeah, so this is our first flight at seeing the overall impact as we've gotten up this morning and are making our way up towards Claremore. First initial thoughts so far we've seen is that your mainly like your city streets and your side streets, those are all going to be pretty snow covered and snow packed. Some of the highways, I haven't been out very long, but 412 here, just west of Inola, it's clear for majority of the highway, but then there's some areas that you come up to and just where there's some wind-driven snow that's been blown in some sheltered areas, you have to contend with maybe a patch of snow. So far on 412, but as of right now, it looks pretty clear. But like all the guys have been mentioning, it's very, very cold out there. Like you said, you know, if you got to get out and you do come across some car troubles or whatever, you just got to be mindful of the temperatures because this is the coldest air we've seen so far this year, especially with the treat that we got, you know, during the Christmas time with the warmth. So, but anyway, we're going to continue to watch it throughout the day, and obviously we got a lot more snow coming in, and we'll be out here to watch it pile up. I'm sure the kids are going to really enjoy it. So, but yeah, we'll keep tracking it. Back to you.
Want to get out there and play, but oh my goodness, it's so cold. Parents are going to try to keep them, I think, convince them to stay inside, because throughout the day today, wind chills may stay sub-zero. We're going to talk to Chloe about the forecast here in just a second. But again, we'll see this wave kind of wind down as we head through the morning hours, but it's not done. So the next and final wave will be tonight. That one is expected to be heavier. That one could bring an additional several inches of snow, maybe 4 to 8 inches, very common. And then possibly, Stephen is looking at data right now that there's going to be a heavier band that sets up, and it has been trending a little more to the south. So as that second wave kind of comes up and over the area tonight, maybe those heavier totals shift a little more closer to about I-40. That would bring totals down a little bit, especially up to the north across southeast Kansas. So southeast Kansas, Bartlesville, Independence, Bartlesville obviously being in Oklahoma, but northeast Oklahoma, far southeast Kansas, that hasn't had a lot over the course of tonight. You have some light snow falling up in Bartlesville now. Maybe I can pull up the Bartlesville camera here. Let's see if it will work. We're going to click on it and we're going to say a little prayer. Nope, that pulled up Brandon's shot there. But anyway, we'll get a view from Bartlesville here in just a second from our camera. And again, it looks very nice from your window as you're looking outside or across the Osage Casino Skycam network looking through our cameras. It's beautiful to see the snow falling. It's just not beautiful to deal with and being out and about because, again, roads are snow packed, roads are slick, and then it's very, very cold out. So when you get into the blues, again, that's heavier snow. And this is probably going to be kind of one of our last rounds this morning of when it's moderate to almost heavy. And then we'll get it to lighten up, and then we'll be preparing for the second round. But we have a lot of coverage coming up on Channel 6 starting at 6 a.m. Reporters out, trackers out. We're going to have you covered on road conditions and everything that you need to know through the morning hours. Something else, Chloe, that I wanted to say very quickly before we went into the forecast. So Steve and I were looking at power outages, and up in Nowata County, Lenapaw, you guys, it lost power about, I think about midnight. With PSO, and they're expected to get power back here within the hour, but not a great night to lose power. It was due to weather-related conditions, but folks up in Lenapaw, right here in north central Nowata County, there's about 100 customers this morning that are without power. So we're thinking of you guys, hoping that you stay warm as best you can, obviously as best you can, or maybe you found somewhere with power and you're staying warm this morning. But this is, again, a very, very cold morning with single-digit temperatures, wind chills sub-zero. So Chloe is here with us. She's been working on the forecast, and she is our girl on 6 in the morning on the weekends. And so Chloe, walk us through kind of what you're thinking here as the morning progresses, and then for the rest of the weekend into early next week.
Yeah, so this morning, I mean, of course, roads are going to continue to deteriorate. I did want to show that power outage map that Stacia was just now talking about. So Nowata County, around 100 people. But I do do want to point out the fact that there's just already been so much in terms of wintry mix, like ice, freezing rain, and sleet in our southern counties. So in terms of power outages, your chances are going to be a little bit greater going further south. Now, with the amount of snow compared to the amount of sleet, our chances are a little bit less here in the metro, but still certainly the possibility. Right now, your temperatures bitter cold. We're in the single digits in our northern counties. It's 9 degrees here in Tulsa. Again, off and on showers, snow showers moving through. It's 20 degrees in Stigler, Wilburton, 22 degrees. Let's break down hour by hour what's going to happen today. So through the morning hours, your snow chances throughout the Tulsa metro, they slowly start to diminish. We'll see a little bit of a break this afternoon. You'll see some isolated pockets of no snow and then isolated snow showers throughout the afternoon today, but those temperatures will continue to stay bitter cold this morning. Our feel like temperatures in the negatives, around -7 to -8 degrees. You just don't want to be outside for long periods of time, and if you do so, for sure, bundle up, layer up for sure. Throughout the afternoon, our snow chances, they drop down to about a 30% chance by this afternoon, but then they pick right back up. This is the second round that we've been talking about. Later on this evening, we go right back up to about 100% chance for some widespread, even some heavier bands of snow moving through later on this evening, not only in the metro, but across much of our viewing area. So across northeastern Oklahoma, you can see that break. This is about 10:30 on the future view this afternoon. Clouds will stick around all throughout the day today. We'll have a northeasterly breeze, and it could pick up at times throughout the afternoon as well. So that off and on break continues. Snow showers will move in off and on throughout the afternoon. So you may go outside this afternoon and think, okay, well, we're done. That's not the case. Not the case at all. It's going to pick back up later on this evening. Here's 2 o'clock today. Again, off and on snow showers moving through. These will likely be lighter throughout the afternoon, but our high temperatures today, they're really only going to stay into the teens. About 13 degrees forecasted here in Tulsa. We'll only be in the single digits by this afternoon in Bartlesville, Pawhuska, even parts of southeastern Kansas. Just downright cold temperatures, and that's going to continue throughout the next several days as well. There's that widespread band overnight tonight. This is about 11 o'clock this evening. You can see the line between snow and wintry mix as you go further south, southern LaFleur County. You see that separation right there. Now that could track a couple miles further north or further south, depending on that temperature profile. And as Stacia was talking about, the warm nose is something that we're going to be looking at very closely throughout the day today, and the placement of that specifically, because that will impact the type of winter precipitation you end up seeing. But regardless, we're going to see activity all throughout the night, overnight tonight, and especially in the metro, you'll really rack up more accumulation totals in terms of that snowfall. By Sunday morning, we'll still see snow moving through, pretty widespread. Temperatures will be in the single digits. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going through this pretty slowly because it's very much an hour by hour situation in terms, especially as folks are going to be traveling. So tomorrow afternoon, about noon, that's when those snow showers will become a little bit more sparse, a little bit more isolated, and then it'll begin to clear out. Really after 4 o'clock is when we'll start to see that snowfall move out pretty much completely, but the temperatures continue to drop. We're going to talk more about that extended forecast at 6 o'clock this morning, so lots of fun stuff.
Thank you so much. You really went in depth on that. And so again, a big morning for snow for the winter storm. Stephen is updating the snowfall maps kind of as we're making a few tweaks to how much we're going to see in some spots. Metro, it looks like it's already been 1 to 2 inches, but then it seems like as we go through tonight into tomorrow morning, then maybe we'll get another 4 to 8 inches. So there's still a lot more snow to come, more snow issues to come. My mic was not on when I was doing all of that talking to her. Thank you, Jeremy, for letting me know. So again,
we're just having a conversation.
We were just having a conversation. It was a Chloe only conversation, wasn't it? But yeah, so we were just mentioning though the metros had 1 to 2 inches, and then as we go into the rest of tonight, tomorrow morning, maybe another 4 to 8 inches could fall. So
perfect.
Yeah, so my Gotta turn that mic on if you want to hear me, right? But again, thank you so much. And our storm trackers have been out, of course. We have more that will be out throughout the morning hours. And so here's another look at radar this morning. So you can see the band of snow. When you get into the blues, that's when it's a little bit heavier. So Osage County now, southeastern parts of Osage County, kind of that'll clip Sand Springs, Manford, and then back up towards Skiatook, Cleveland, Jennings. You're in a good pocket there of some snow coming down. Still pretty steady state for snow up in Mays County from Pryor to Adair. So that's that's going to be packed on. Again, road crews have been out. The roads are snow packed. They are doing a really great job with the conditions and just making the roads in the best shape that they can be in these situations. Brandon Wells on 412, Dal Archer's down in South Tulsa, in Jinx, and then we have Von Castor, who's been holding it down in Southeast Oklahoma. Now, Southeast Oklahoma has probably had the most accumulation at this point. They've had a mixed bag at times. As Vaughn mentioned, it's been 50-50 sleet and snow at times. It's been all snow, and so he's even had a little bit of freezing rain, but thankfully there was not much of that, because when you're in a winter storm and you're dealing with all types of precipitation, freezing rain, sleet, snow, you really want the snow. If you're going to have any wintry precipitation to deal with, snow is probably going to be the best one in this case, because ice is not nice. We would prefer the snow, and it seems like you've had a transition to snow that happened a little sooner, thank goodness, but then as we go into today and tonight, what we call that warm nose, and just really quickly, that warm nose is a layer of warm air aloft, and it kind of, when you look at what we call a sounding, it almost looks like a nose kind of sticking out. So that's how it got its nickname. But it's really important with winter weather. It's not just the temperatures at the surface that matter where we are, it's the temperature profile aloft all the way up. So when we look at that and the temperatures and the dew point aloft and see where things are saturated and how cold it is, there is also an area we call the snow growth zone. So that's a specific kind of temperature range in the atmosphere. And if that snow growth zone, I think it's -12 to -15 or -17 Celsius, when that gets down to when you have those temperature range and the dew points are not matching up and the dew points are not high enough and there's not any saturation, you're not going to get much snow to fall. You really need saturation within that zone. I think we're going to see more of that with the next wave tonight into Sunday morning. So the snow would be a little bit heavier, possibly a little wetter at times, but the warm nose, when that layer of warm air shows up and those snowflakes fall into that warm layer, they melt a little bit. Then they keep falling and the temperatures get colder again. They fall into a layer that's below freezing. Well, then you get your sleet to form because you're trying to refreeze what has melted. So that's why the precipitation types kind of vary in winter weather and can vary even within hours of what you're getting. It's starting to be a mixed bag. So that's been happening in Southeast Oklahoma. They've had some sleet. They've had a little bit of snow. So as we go forward, of course, 6 in the morning, we'll start earlier at 6 a.m. Our storm trackers will stay out. Roads are snow packed. Roads are slick. If you were going to venture out, you have to be prepared to go out and be very, very careful. So again, just make sure you're ready. We've had a few power outages, as Chloe touched on. Thankfully, not many folks, but unfortunately, there's about 100 customers up in Nowata County, and this is not a morning that you want to be without power here. So again, this is the way it looks from radar right now. We'll go through a couple cameras across the metro. Downtown looks very kind of winter-like. We're going to light snow is falling. Winds are out of the north about 10-15 miles per hour. Jinx, you can see snow-packed roads there right at the intersection of A and then kind of on the west side of the river. And then from Gathering Place here, I don't think that's going to be a busy spot today with how cold it is, but some maybe a few adventurous kids that want to get out and really bundle up today. But that's the Gathering Place, looking at the boathouse and the Great Lawn just covered in snow. And then for 169 over at 71st Street, you can see snow-packed roads there. I see one car, two cars now venturing out, and there's one cleared lane, and that's very typical for a winter storm system. They're going to focus on one lane just so they can get to as many highways and main streets as possible. So there are some folks out and about getting out, and that's okay. Just make sure you're going slow and being safe. From Tulsa International, of course, the snow is coming down, and then from 169 I-44, it's very, very light. There's not much falling right now in Tulsa. There are some heavier bands kind of north and south of the metro, and if you look right in here, you can almost see it kind of blowing around right there where the mouse is, just kind of circling that. But that's over at Highway 75 and I-44. BA 169 this morning. It's a cold, cold morning. In Tulsa, where our wind chills are down to about -6, -7. Grassy surfaces, slightly covered. It's going to vary even through the metro in which areas are covered in snow, in which have more snow, which have less snow. And then you're going to have some good snow drifts too because of how strong the winds have been. Snow is coming right at you. That's one of our storm trackers there. Bartlesville, I promised we'd get to your shot. We will, coming up in a few minutes. But downtown, things are just looking, again, with light snow falling, covering the roadways, covering a lot of the grassy surfaces. More will be on the way. We'll have the next round of heavier snows, but tonight. So as we go through this morning, we'll start to see things kind of taper off, lighten up, filling back in spots. Big picture, for this storm system. It's huge. Cold air across much of the country. I'll flip back the watches and warnings, and really thinking about the guys that are living down in eastern Texas, Louisiana, southern Arkansas, because this is going to be all ice. Those are ice storm warnings. That's going to be a really big deal for them. An inch or more of ice could accumulate. That's going to be just detrimental. For us, it's mostly a snow event with a little bit of sleet. The sleet kind of mix would be down in southeast Oklahoma, even with the next band that comes through tonight. So there's still going to be probably a little bit of a sleet snow mix for southeast Oklahoma, even with that second band that comes through tonight. But you can see winter storm warnings from Texas, from eastern New Mexico, the Rockies there on the east side of the Rockies, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, all the way up into New England, into New York and Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So a lot of cold air in the country right now. This system is bringing in a lot of moisture from the Pacific, and that's all kind of overrunning, and we're just right at the start of it. So there's more to come. We'll check in with our storm trackers coming up in a little bit, but right now, again, snow is still falling. It will continue to. It's lightening up across Tulsa, but there's some heavier pockets building back in Osage and Pawnee counties and northern Creek County, plus back into Rogers and Adair down to Okmulgee. Temperatures, Chloe touched on that, single digits, low teens right now, just super, super cold. So as we go through the morning hours, we'll pop back on here before we get to our 6 o'clock hour coming up in a few minutes to give you a quick update from the trackers, latest road conditions, and we'll do all that here in just a couple minutes. So keep it with us. We'll keep you advised. All right, welcome back. We're going to do another quick check-in. We've had a lot of comments, obviously a lot of questions about, you know, where's the snow? Well, we've had snow 1 to 3 inches, but this was the lighter round. There's still more to come, and that second round is tonight. So this was always a 2-round system. So we've had this morning's round, and then we have coming up tonight's round. Now, this morning's round is drier than what was expected and anticipated, but still thinking that Saturday night into Sunday is going to have some heavier snows with it, and that's probably where the accumulations will really ramp up. So we do have a new snowfall map for you that we'll show you here in just a second during the 6 a.m. hour on Channel 6, and Stephen's been working on that, looking at new data. A little bit, I'd say south for a track now, just kind of trending a little more south. And also we're just watching, of course, what's to come with the second heavier, more moisture with it too. The atmosphere was so dry. It took a little bit longer for things to really saturate. And so I think we'll have that probably better, heavier, more so with the second system. So right now, this is what's happening across the area. Our storm tracker is out for you. We've also been monitoring, of course, the snow coming down at times that is heavier with a couple rounds right now that are pretty moderate. So that's going to add up well. But right now, I'd say 1 to 3 inches in Tulsa for sure. Heavier down to the south. We've had about a 4.5 inch report down in Crowder, which is going to be in southeast Oklahoma. So those are winter storm watches, or winter storm warnings, excuse me, that you see there on the map. I'm going to turn those off because we'll take off all the red. And then where you have the blue color, that's your heavier snow. And so there's a band that's coming back into Tulsa here in just a few minutes. And that's kind of been building from Osage and Pawnee County. Also been pretty steady state with some moderate snows out by Pryor to Adair. We have Brandon Wells, who's just southeast of Claremore. And we'll talk to our guys coming up at 6. We're going to have to hop off here in a few minutes to get ready for our 6 a.m. newscast, which 6 in the morning is starting earlier, of course, with the winter storm, keeping you up to date on the snow, on the roads, on travel, and staying safe, because it is very, very cold out there on top of the winter weather that's happening and the winter precipitation that's falling, mostly snow at this point. It is dangerously cold. And then Dal Archer has been down in Jinx for us. He's in a little bit of a lighter pocket now, but it should pick back up again, especially to his northwest. And then Von Castor's been down in southeast Oklahoma. He's headed back towards McAllister. Southeast Oklahoma, I would say, has had the most accumulation so far, has also had more of a mixed bag through this morning. It's light snow now, and again, more of that mixed precipitation is probably more so to the south for us. But there's another probably 4 to potentially 8 inches of snow that will come in later tonight. So this is the break that you see out to the west. So this break will come through here by later this morning, and then there's more moisture that will have to be that last round later tonight into Sunday. Just a few folks this morning without power up in Nowata County, about 100 customers by Lenapaw. We have winds that are 10 to 15 and very cold temperatures in the single digits, in the low teens, and then wind chill values are about -9 to -10 in Tulsa. So it is very, very cold this morning. We'll take a look at Von Castor's shot real quick from down by McAllister. You can see roads are snow-packed. Crews have been doing such a good job getting roads in as best shape as they can be in a situation like this, but you still have to use a lot of caution if you were going to venture out this morning. So again, coming up at 6 a.m., we'll talk to all of our guys. Brandon Wells is kind of closing in on Claremore. There's been some heavier pockets of snow up in northern Rogers County, northern Mays County. You can see how snow-packed his drive is right now, and that snow kind of blowing at him as he's driving. Windshield wipers are on, but again, it's extremely cold. If you can stay home, stay put today, that would be best case scenario. But if you have to venture out, you have to do it very safely and be prepared for the cold. We'll talk a lot more during the 6 a.m. hour with all of our crews. StephenNehrenz here to update those snow totals. ChloeArroyo's got the forecast. Storm trackers are out, crews are out, reporters are out, so we have you covered. So make sure you join us here at 6 a.m. on Channel 6 for our special 6 in the morning weekend. See you then.